sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things. Like shift that wood. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size.
Hi, good morning. Just one announcement. There's a session happening in Hall 1 at 10 o'clock. It's by MathCo Company. So if anyone's interested, you can attend that. The session here will start at 10:50. Thank you.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands. unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud. At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives. Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digital
emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiments, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
Artificial intelligence. In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting shortly. Request you all to please be seated and push your phones to silent mode for better experience. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 7th edition of MLDS 2025, India's biggest GenAI Summit for Developers, organized and presented to you by AIM Media House. Before we begin, we'll play a short video.
It started with a spark, a relentless curiosity to break limits. Technology was once a tool. Now it drives transformation. It amplifies ambition. It reshapes the world. Visionaries didn't just dream, they built. Systems didn't just evolve, they revolutionized. Progress became inevitable. And here we are, standing on the edge of something even greater. The next breakthrough, the next revolution. Welcome to MLDS 2025.
Thank you for that. I'm Vandana Nair, Senior Technology Journalist at AI Media House, and I'll be the host for today. Now, before we start with the sessions, let me quickly make a few announcements. Code Craze, the Design Face-Off Challenge, is happening today, and it's your chance to showcase your skills in AI-powered image generation. The most impressive creation wins, so please don't buy and check out their offerings as well. And later today, we will be celebrating India's biggest, brightest minds in data science with our prestigious 40 Under 40 Data Scientists Awards, recognizing the top 40 professionals in the field. Join us for this special ceremony, which will commence in Hall 1 at 2:40 p.m. today. As you all know, we have parallel tracks running in Hall 1 and Hall 3. Whenever you get time, please do check them out as well. I would also like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, acknowledge the incredible sponsors that we have for MLDS 2025. A huge thank you to our title sponsors, Genpact and Mathco, the driving forces behind this year's event. We also appreciate the support of our AI partner, Google Cloud, and our platinum sponsor, EY. A big shout out to our gold sponsors, Synechron and Vex, and our silver sponsors, Insight, Intel, and Tiger Analytics. This conference wouldn't be the same without your invaluable contributions. Thank you for being part of MLDS 2025. Now let's dive straight into the carefully curated sessions that we have for today. First up, we have a dynamic workshop on developing conversational AI assistants with contextual understanding. Leading the session are Aditi Vaipai, Platform Product Manager at Mathco, and Amit Kumar Pal, Lead AI Engineer at Mathco. Aditi has played a pivotal role in the creation of Ask Nucleus, a platform transforming how AI assistants are built and deployed, while Amit specializes in integrating cutting-edge generative AI solutions into production environments. Together, they'll guide us through the process of making conversational assistants smarter, more context-aware, and production-ready. Please join me.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, Vandana. Okay, hi everyone, I hope I'm audible. I'm Amit, lead AI engineer at Mathco, as basically the project integrations across different customer projects for the genAI practice. And with me today, Aditi has joined us, my colleague.
Yeah, so I'm a platform product manager at Mathco. So what I do is work on the platform that helps accelerate building some of these chatbots for our internal users. So we get to production quicker. So something that'll take you longer, a few months, will be done in a few weeks. So maybe you can quickly jump into this.
Sure, yeah. So, so today, what we wanted to cover was, I think, as Mathco, what are the different genAI solutions that we are right now handling, right? Different case studies across different client projects. Just wanted to give you an overview before we get started, that what are the different components of developing a conversational AI chatbot with the contextual understanding, right? So to start off, at its core, we have 3 layers of AI assistants that we right now build. The first card, as I said, right, the AI assistants, where you have any structured data, any unstructured data, you want to sort of provide any data insights for that we sort of take it at the first level of building a chatbot, the AI assistants. Second level is the summarizers. So think of large volume of contract data, large volume of clinical trial reports you have, and you want to extract some important fields out of it, right, and summarize it for the user, right? So that's a level 2 of the chatbots. At the last level, where a bit complex problem solving happens, it's at orchestrator level. So think of any business workflow, process A to process B to process C. At each process level, we have developed some primitive agents, right? And those agents collaborate with each other and also gives feedback for multiple processes. So once a request comes up as a job, it figures out it orchestrates and routes to a particular skill set, right? When I say skill set, particular tool, that which agent to call, and then you will get the answer, right? So this is the third level of complexity. So for across all these use cases that you see here, we have developed these 3 different kinds of chatbot I just mentioned. So I'm going to give a few glimpses of what we solve. So let's start with data discoverability. So as the name suggests, right, it's basically discovering your data, the metadata, data that you have. Think about you have 5,000, 10,000 tables, and a request comes up. You need to figure out which data to pick up, right? Which metadata to pick up, so that then the metadata creation for this 5,000, 10,000 tables becomes very important. There is slightly human in the loop is very important here to validate an initial set of metadata. But yeah, that is how basically you discover the data, metadata. And the consumption for this use case, basically your business analyst, data scientists that are there, right? Another interesting use case for the data discoverability is think about you have sensor data, right? And a data product request comes up, right? And you need to figure out exactly which JSON fields need to be extracted for that particular request, right? So that part of automation is very difficult. Right now, a team sort of sits and basically do the job for us, but we are trying to automate that process. Obviously, there is some human in the loop is involved, but that also becomes a part of the very interesting use case that we are right now solving. At the second layer, we have an RGM Insights Assistant. So think of any dashboard, business dashboard in form of Tableau, Power BI that you have, let's say for RGM. And customers are coming to sort of enable an AI assistant on top of that dashboard, right? Now the challenge becomes how quickly you can do this. If you build and go from the scratch, it will take a lot of time to sort of build that chatbot and then enable and figure out the integration on top of the dashboard layer, right? So what we have done, we will demo it in a couple of minutes. So the idea is we have developed our in-house chatbot, Ask Nucleus, right? So what it does is, it is basically the AI assistant that everybody is basically interested. So what we do, we go to the dashboard. We have written the web component in a way that that can be lifted and lift and shift to any software that you can think of, right? So be it any sort of dashboard, be it any type of software, you can go and enable that and integrate within a span of 6 to 8 weeks, right? So this is the second part of the problem that we are solving. Third part is actually very interesting use case is Rep GPT. So the idea is for all sales reps, right, who has to plan different, needs to do some pre-call, right, planning that need to sort of understand that when are the doctors sort of free and figure out the arrangement, figure out the planning, and then set up the call for that across different doctors, right? It becomes, if you look at this process, it's a 2-3 layer of process. For sales, they need to figure out when the doctors are free, and then once you understand that, you have to arrange and schedule a meeting, and then after that, once the meeting is scheduled, you also need to go through the previous meeting notes that you have taken, right? After meeting those doctors, so that more contextualized questions can be asked. So this entire process, we have actually step by step, what we have done across each step, we have done the schedulers, the different planner agents to figure out basically an arrangement for the sales reps, right? So that's the context. Another interesting use case that we have right now solving is a donor GPT use case, right? The problem statement is actually, there's a decision support system actually for the MDs, right? What it does, like for the MDs to evaluate that whether organ donation is feasible or not, right? Now think about this way, that you have the health records, right? And for the health records, you need to figure out, you need to apply some business rules and figure out that if it crosses some certain threshold for some parameters, this organ is actually feasible to donate or not, right? So that becomes a very interesting use case that we have solved. Now, what are the good thing that has happened right now, this process actually takes 2 to 3 days to sort of, for MDs to take that decision, right? So through this automation that we have done, it is right now happening within 30 minutes. There is still human in the loop. It's very important here. The MD only takes the decision, but the entire process of the 3 to 4 days have been reduced to 30 minutes, right? So that's the another use case. I'll not cover all the things. I'll touch upon the fact on the brand insights. Again, very straightforward. This one is not too much complicated. You have data across different brands, be it sales data, be it event data, whatever you can call it. And then basically across different brands, you can go and ask the questions, even though there are a lot of overlapping across these brands. You have sales data, you have event data, all the sort of overlapping happens, but this is the idea of that brand insights, right? Right, so now comes the second part. So as I think the more solving that we did in those use cases that you saw, we came up with a lot of challenges, right? And the idea for those challenges, from those challenges, we had to learn and then develop our, how do we sort of tackle it, right? In-house, right? And then we go integrate across different customer environments, right? So if you look at this, the idea of this is very straightforward. We have our platform, which is called Nucleus, which currently serves as the catalyst for our success. What we do, we build this custom applications across different customers, right? Different use cases, different custom applications. So while solving those challenges that you saw in the previous slide, what we have understood that, let's say, 10 people are solving, 10 people, we have a requirement of text-to-SQL use case for 10 different customers, right? And everyone obviously was running parallel stuff. Even though they are running the same models, they are writing the model from the scratch and doing it, right? So that is where the concept of the accelerators came up, both in terms of the backend and also in terms of the UI, right? So we started with this one because we figured out this modularized code will help any use case that comes up in the future. So right now it is happening. So it is basically 60 to 70% ready to be customized. So think about this way: we have a base version of accelerator, and let's say there's a UI component, right? So now when the customer needs it, based on your customization, which is like 15 to 20%, you can actually use this and go and deploy it, right? So that's the idea of the accelerators and components. The second layer actually is a very interesting one. Talks about the marketplace that we have built, and also I'll give a brief about CLI a bit later. So the idea here is what we have understood solving those problems, right? That let's say 10 people want to run text-to-SQL simultaneously, right? And there was a huge need to run the document querying use case. There's a huge need to somebody wants to do image Q&A, right? So across all these different use cases, we have built this, what we have figured that there needs to be a repo of the base skill set from where everybody, right, from the platform can sort of take a clone of it and then re-customize for the use of the business, right? So think of the marketplace as different skill sets. What are the skill sets? Skill sets are text-to-SQL, text-to-doc, image Q&A. You can generate PPT reports also, right? So all those segments that we have covered, comes under the marketplace. Now all you have to do is to go there and basically clone a best skill set, which is like a 70 to 80% ready. And based on your business customizations that you need for your client, for your customers, for your in-house building, you go and customize it and then deploy it. Now the main part here is the deployment, right? How do we quickly go and deploy this? Because typically if I have to change something, you have to build an API layer, for example, right? It sort of takes some time and go and have the deployment. But what this command line interface, CLI, does is, right, it gives you the opportunity that whatever customizations you are doing, you can actually deploy it within 3 to 4 minutes, right? So let's say you have cloned a skill set, which is a text-to-SQL or a document querying skill set for which you are doing at scale, and then you have found out there are some layers in the base skill set that is missing, right? And you also want to add the context layer, the business context for that document querying, right? So you go there, you write your code the way you do, it's basically 15 to 20%. Once you do that, you deploy that through CLI, right? So that's the concept of the marketplace. And the third layer, I think we already sort of covered this across multiple workshops or sessions. So the idea here is the context. What we also understood solving those case studies that you saw in the first slide, that there's a huge gap in context varies across different use cases, obviously, and different customers also. So how do we, if the context is changing, right, how do we quickly onboard and deploy? That is where the concept of this onboarding of this enterprise context came in. We're going to give a demo. The idea here is we have also found out that, let's say, in terms of maintenance of data, 2 or 3 different data teams are actually sort of maintaining one particular data, but right, while maintaining this, they don't have a central repo, right, where all the context is mentioned. That's one. Second also is that once you tweak some bit of metadata, how do we quickly deploy it? That shouldn't take like 1 2 days to sort of go and integrate, right? So that is where the context onboarding, if the context is getting changed, becomes very important, right? So that is where the third layer that we have came up with. So I think, yeah, so this is what our platform offers. Our AI assistant is called Ask Nucleus that we're going to demo. And all the layers can be shown there. So Aditi.
Yeah, maybe just to add on, right, to what Amit mentioned, the agent marketplace serves two levels of users. One are users that can use the marketplace skill sets that are available readily. So you can just link your data sets there and then you can deploy it, that would help. But if you want any additional customizations, you want to change the look, the feel, add additional modules, you'll be able to do that through CLI. We provide a package where you can do that readily, right? We'll handle the heavy lifting, the deployment, whatnot. Enterprise context becomes very important. As Amit mentioned, we have so many use cases. Where we have put most of our effort in is trying to onboard users' jargon, their KPIs, contextual information. So we've figured out a framework how to do that, which I'll walk you through in a bit. So essentially, that's the use case. Can we shift? Yeah. So maybe I'll just show you a quick demo of our chatbot, right? So this is what an end user would see. This can be embedded on, of course, our in-house platform Nucleus. It is readily available. It's also available on, for example, you have your websites, your products like Tableau, legacy products like Tableau, right? This can be embedded there. The current chatbot that you're looking at is being powered by 4 skill sets or agents. So there is structured data, which is basically text to SQL that I mentioned. There's going to be unstructured data. So I've uploaded a PPT from my local. Third being image Q&A. So you'll be able to upload your images, ask any queries on top of it. Fourth, we've understood that though you're having conversations with a chatbot, folks want to export it out to maybe share it with their peers, take it to meetings, whatnot. Right? So we have storyboarding, which basically allows you to export these conversations out as a presentation. Let me maybe start with like a very simple question. Right? Show me monthly sales. So what's happening here is you'll also see streaming, so you know exactly what it's doing at the moment, right? So what's happening is we have an orchestrator. So your orchestrator understands the user query, tries to figure out which of these skill set it needs to invoke. Then your skill set starts executing. So currently it has identified that it has to go to text to SQL, and it basically created a SQL query for you, executed it, then created the right visualization and the summary. Of course, everything is customizable. You want to change the sort of graphs, you want to change the sort of summaries, right? All of that is accessible for you to completely customize. Okay. So you'll also see citation, which becomes very important, considering we know LLMs tend to hallucinate. So now you know exactly what is powering your queries. Let me maybe now show you something about context. Okay. Okay. So when you ask a vanilla LLM what is PCPI, it categorizes PCPI as per capita personal income. And LLMs do a pretty decent job, right? I think all of us have worked with LLMs at this point, somehow or the other. So they do a decent job. 50, 60 of your questions are answered seamlessly. Sometimes you need to provide additional information for you to be able to get better results. Now, what we've done is, in a CPG company, PCPI means something different. So how we have achieved something like that is providing context. That is where I think the world is going to shift towards, right? It becomes very important for LLMs to have that information. So the 4 kinds of context that we normally provide is data metadata. So you'll see columns, you will see multiple tables. So how does an LLM know what this column means? When does it need to call which table, right? That becomes your data metadata. And your KPI and information is what you will see on the left, right? So what is the business context that was used to make sure the query is right? Okay. Maybe I'll just give you a minute to read through. So right now, for example, PCPI within a CPG organization is classified as product channel profitability index, right? And I've also given a formula here, if you can see. So now it's leveraged this formula to be able to create the SQL query that you see on your screen. Okay. So quickly going into, maybe I'll show you an example of unstructured. Sorry? So same example, PCPI is classified differently. So it hallucinates, creates its own formula, which is not right for your domain. So for example, PCPI is
this is what ChatGPT gives. If you ask PCPI, this is the...
For restaurants, PCPI.
Yeah, you can type.
I'm just going to make a spelling mistake.
Hello. So I have a question. Yeah, I would like to know the number of schema and number of tables it can handle, your tool can handle.
As of today, I think we have done over 10,000 tables as well.
Okay, so for example, I have 10 schemas, each of 200 tables. Will your tool be able to handle that?
Yeah, we have developed that scale. Yes.
We've actually done a larger thing. So, for example, tens or hundreds of DBs, thousands of tables. Right. So essentially, we break down the information, right? Okay. So even if you have it across databases, first we filter out which databases are required, then we figure out what tables are required, how to basically write your join queries, whatnot, and then you get your response.
Right, got it. Thank you.
Context. So we provide context during data and metadata.
So that's a part of the discoverability, right? We sort of prepare the metadata and the context, and then it identifies which table to hit and then give you.
So based on the descriptions you provide, so it's a one-time effort, but once it has it, now it leverages our information to be able to generate those queries for you. Sorry, the enterprise data, or you're talking about the context data? Enterprise data can be in your, it can be your MySQL, anywhere.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the
structured, unstructured, Mongo. Yeah, anything. We have connectors that let you onboard this. So maybe just after I run 2 more questions, and then I would show you exactly how to configure this for your data.
Yeah.
Hello. Just one question from my end. So here, so for generating the query that has to be executed, what tool or package are you using? Is it also in-house, or you are using some open source package? Something like that?
So it's a mix of the two, I would say. If I break it down, we have in-house codes that we write in Python. And of course, there are certain prompts that get executed when we make LLM calls. So it's a combination of the two. Sometimes your skill sets are very scoped out, so sometimes it's just pure Python code. Now what happens is, through the CLI, what we do is you will be able to deploy these skill sets. So we handle the heavy lifting. So it's either pushed on, we have an in-house platform that lets you it creates sandbox environments for you, so you'll be able to push your code there. Or we also support external tools like, for example, Fission, right? You can deploy your code there, or you can deploy it on prompt flow, and we'll be able to invoke those skill sets or those agents through our endpoint.
One question. Just one request. We'll have time for questions after the session, so we'll just go ahead.
Okay. Just one last one. Can you attend this question?
Can you raise your hand?
Here in the front row.
Okay, sorry.
My question is regarding enterprise context. So first is that how long does it usually take for you to go through the entire enterprise context? And how do you deal with storing it, and what type of, how do you draft it basically?
Sure. I think it's, as you mentioned, sometimes it's very difficult creating enterprise context itself, right? So we'll have to work with your end stakeholders. We like to think of it like, imagine there was a new employee joining a company, you would still give them that context, right? Saying, hey, this is how we work. We think of something similar and we say, hey, you'll have to invest time with us to make sure this context is something that is going to be relevant for you. So we work with them to create this context. And of course, certain kinds of context across domains might be similar. Right? For example, PCPI might be something generic to CPG, but there are certain variables that change within organizations, right? For example, in banking domain, high-risk customers, the formula will be different for different banks that are available. So of course, the base might be a little similar. We'll help you curate or create and make those tweaks. Once it is ready, once we onboard, we create, like, for example, embeddings, right? And then when required, we will leverage that to create and generate these queries for you. So that makes it more accurate to your business.
Yeah. So on top of it, what Aditi said, right? So in any projects that we do across enterprises, the first point that comes up because see, any data will have different user persona also, right? So what we do, the first cut is that we go and arrange these business interviews with those stakeholders, right? Be it a category manager, be it brand manager, different set of user persona there. Some people can prefer, let's say, Pringles as PR. Some people can prefer Pringles as something else. So this customizations and the context, there is no way for us to understand it. Absolutely in the business, right? So this is the first cut that we do. We sort of arrange all these interviews so that different contexts are coming, and then we figure out the structure and do, as Aditi said, embedding and all. Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe we'll quickly finish this and we'll take a lot more questions. Okay, I'll just ask a question on top of unstructured data. So this question would now route it to, for example, the PPT I uploaded, right? So now it will, I've just asked, give me a bullet point summary of Sparkle Wave document, so it's going to summarize the document for me. Okay, so if you can see, it's already started streaming the responses and breaking it down. And as we've spoken about citation, right? So citation for document querying is also pretty interesting. So what happens is you know exactly what is powering your responses. So you'll know exactly what slides it is using to give you your results, right? And of course, there's image Q&A, so maybe I'll skip that for today. So what we've understood is more or less people have conversations with the chatbot that they want to export it out as they want to circulate it with their peers and whatnot. So we've let you export it out as a presentation. So if you're happy with the sort of, or choose what responses you would like to take, and then once you're happy with it, you would click on generate outline. So now this will start creating a story for you. Once you're happy with generate outline, you'll also get a PPT. Right? So the PPT is completely editable. So you can edit it offline, the graphs, the text that is available. And of course, the default layout that is being used is Mathco layout. But through the configurator, I'll show you, you can quickly upload your own PPT layouts. It'll use the master slide to create, or to use your layouts to create the PPT. Okay, so your PPT is ready, and it'll look something like this. Right, so you'll have your PPT with information ready. Okay, and yes. Maybe I'll quickly jump into how easy it is for you to be able to configure this, right? So as we've been talking about Ask Nucleus, this is our Ask Nucleus platform. So this is something your admin user would see. Okay, so somebody who knows where your data is stored, what kind of data is relevant, what agents are required, right? So it's a 5-step process, 2 of which it's just naming, giving it a logo, giving it a persona. So what happens here is magic starts from screen 2. So I think some of you are asking how many data sources do we onboard. So if you take a quick look, I can onboard it from my local. I can, for example, pull different databases, also file storages, right? Teams probably upload their presentations, their Word document onto SharePoints in different places. So we have those connectors for you to be able to quickly onboard them here. Of course, in the example that you saw, it was powered by 2 kinds of data, right? So one is the PPT that I'd spoken about, and the second is your SQL query. Okay. Yes, so this is where you'll be able to onboard context. So we've been talking about context throughout, I think, all the sessions that we've been having. So this is the framework that we've come up with. So working on different use cases, working with different clients, we've understood the broadly 4 kinds of context that we can break it down into: data and metadata. So this is where, you know, if your column names, we see column names that sometimes don't make sense to an LLM, right? It's not very readable to a human. So all of that feeding in information regarding the column, what it means, the table description, your database description, right? So all of that information you'll be able to feed in here. You also have templates that we provide that you can download and fill in and upload. And also different kinds of data sources you can bring it from. And second is metric and KPI. So this is where, you'll be able to onboard those formulas that we've been talking about, your jargon, words that matter to you, how you speak. Basically, it learns to speak your language through metrics and KPI. So org and user personas, this gives you that personalization at a chatbot level. So it understands who you are, what matters to you, what KPIs matter to you, what your role is, what your description is, whether you like a summary that is long, or do you prefer if it's short and neat, right? So it basically takes that information about you. And of course, we've given you a toggle also, so you can turn it on and off. So you know when you would like it customized and when you would like it to not do that for you. And the fourth being business workflow. I think we have a few use cases where, for example, you have a process that needs to be done. There are 4 steps that need to be followed. And different organizations do it differently. For example, in CPG industry, if I have mid-year pricing review, right? Step 1, you would look at how certain SKUs are performing. Then based on the performance, you would take a call. And if certain SKUs are underperforming, you will try to either cull it or you would try to look at promotions. So there are certain steps that you would follow. Can you onboard that workflow, right? Or does it understand where your, and in the example that I showed you where your PCPI and all that is mentioned will be provided in the document that I uploaded basically. Okay. So now going into empowering your assistant. So we've also been talking about the marketplace, right? The skills and marketplace. So here you will be able to see a list of pre-configured skill sets that we have curated for you. So our top 4 are Nucleus verified, which are image Q&A, PPT generation, document querying, and text to SQL. Of course, there are a lot more that are available, right? And if you see, you'll also see a lot of information that is there because our super users have leveraged our Nucleus SDK package through the CLI, customized some of these skill sets even further, and have leveraged it for their use. Okay. And you will have different skill sets and different versions of these skill sets, and you can choose exactly what works for you. And as I mentioned, we've seen in the last 2-3 years that people have been building their own agents, right? So what we have tried to do is, if you have built something externally, how can you connect it to us Nucleus? So if you give us an endpoint, we'll write or we'll work with you to create a parser, so you'll be able to have a conversation with your existing skill sets that are available. For example, what you see is our text to SQL generation. So it's very heavy. So I think over time, we've also taken LLMs for granted where we say, okay, create a query for me and you just get a SQL query and you think that is enough. But in enterprises, it's a lot more complex. So there are multiple steps that go in. So there's cleaning, what context needs to be added. There's also pre-processing that happens, right? Once you link your context, how should it break it down? So all of those steps are in text to SQL as a skill set. So if I could show you, yes. So you would see this text to SQL context and you will see a form, right? And you would see that I have linked the context that I showed you. Okay. And we've also been talking about the orchestrator. So anytime you have multiple skill sets, you will need to have an orchestrator to help you route or help you understand which of these skill sets to invoke and execute at the right time. And we also give you options for different orchestrators and help you onboard new orchestrator if you require. And to make sure that you save your, for example, based on the complexity of your data, based on how accurate you would like to be, how much money you're okay spending, right? You can, of course, have different model types, and we also help you onboard different models, whether it be open source or from different places, right? And fine-tune them. So yes, of course, we recommend certain LLMs based on our experiments, our experience, and we will work with you to make sure that it becomes relevant for you. Okay, and once you're good to go, you'll also be able to add your logo, give it a name, make it personalized for your client or your organization. Okay. So once your admin is done, you will see a preview screen like this. So you know exactly where you stand. So sometimes when you've just deployed something, you would see it as in progress. So your admin knows exactly where you stand. So this is like a quick preview screen for them. And you'll also be able to change the look and feel. Also give suggested questions which you can control so that when the user lands on your chatbot knows what kind of questions it's able to handle, right? So once this is ready, you would get a URL which you can use, which is what you initially saw, right? And this need not just be deployed on our platform. But once this is ready, it can be deployed on external platforms, as Amit mentioned earlier. So we have deployed it on legacy platforms before. We have deployed it on websites, and so on. Maybe I'll just show you a quick example of user persona. So the same question I've asked twice. So I've turned off the toggle for the first use case where I've said monthly volume sales for 2020. Okay, I'll just maybe quickly show you what the query looks like. So here, if you see, there's select from where, right? And the only filter that you will see is for the year 2020. Now, I turned on the toggle, so I'll show you what information I fed in, right? So this will personalize for me as a brand manager for ISEX, specifically the brand ISEX. If you can see, as a brand manager for ISEX, within the larger company called Sparkle Wave, these are some things that matter to me, right? So this is the information I've fed in. So once it is turned on, and I ask the same question, you'll also see that this has come from personalization. If I look at the query, it automatically has filter for brand ISEX, right? So this is a simple example, but of course the use case is varied. Okay. I think we're good.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all we had. Yeah, I think we can. So we have right now onboarded all the OpenAI GPT family models, as well as the Amazon Bedrock. Along with that, we have flexibility to do any open source also. So right now, all you see here is using GPT family, but we have the options for Claude, Anthropic, everything we have.
Because the reason I'm asking is because you also showed about the rep agents and all. It means dealing with the middle farmers and all.
Yeah.
Which is quite, data privacy would be the concern, right? And
yes.
then using directly on the chat GPTs and all, a lot of customers will not be happy. Example, my customers are Merck. Anything, if I go as an automation, they say, no, show me the code, I will run myself, right? We have those kind of customers. How you will deal with that on the GDPR or data privacies?
Yeah, so right now we do it from Azure OpenAI. I think there are a lot of, I think when it started, it was a lot of problems in terms of data security that, customers also were very difficult to make them understand that this is nowhere it is going, right?
Still there, the problem is still there.
Yes, that's a problem that happened, that was there. So right now I think they have become all mature, and once you are taking the enterprise level Azure and Amazon Bedrock, let's say they have the Amazon services. Once you are sort of integrating with that model, they are good to go. People have still mature on that angle that, hey, I mean, I'm doing it from the my base, right? It is not like you are directly using from OpenAI. It is on Azure. There is a privacy. The documents are also there. So that's why people have got mature, at least for us. So we haven't faced this part. We used to face this long back, 1.5 year back, where it's the central part of bit was there that don't send my data. Because if you look at the summary that Aditi was showing, for any data that some summary are getting streamed, right?
You already showed me the documentation uploads. So people will not be comfortable to upload their docx files.
Yes, that's correct. So even when solving the document query use cases, we have found out one customer had around 2,000 plus PPT documents. And these are actually documents that are made from the raw data, right? So all the reports are there, right? So when you are using that model that is getting summarized, we are actually utilizing it. But as long as it is from their environment, not from directly from OpenAI, it is hosted on Azure, hosted on cloud, and you are using that service, they are good.
Moving the delegation from OpenAI to Azure, but still,
yeah,
data is going outside.
Correct. So that's why open source becomes another challenge. So
have you thought about loading it locally at the data center, big models, open source?
So some of the models, what we do is we do onboard and
on their blade servers in their own in-house system.
Yes, we have done that for a few
Which model you are using for that?
We have done Llama, one version. What are the other ones?
Which Llama, 3.3 something?
I think it was 7 billion, if I'm not wrong.
How
we have fine-tuned it for
How
our...
was the evaluation?
Evaluation was, we have onboarded actually 7 billion, 13 billion, all these angles. But compared to in some use cases, it's very specific to use case. When I solve text to SQL, we have found as an organization that the Bedrock models, the Claude, Anthropic, it's still not better compared to the GPT ones. Right.
They are big giants, of course.
Yes.
7 billion versus you're talking about 400 billion, right?
Yes.
You're not comparing apple to apple.
Yes. So evaluation was, I would say, decent, but not that great so that actually we can go and host the open source model and use that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. This is Naresh.
excuse me.
Yeah, here.
Yes.
Here I am.
Here.
I have a quick question. I just want to understand these things. Whatever you have explained,
Can you talk a bit louder? Can't hear.
Am I audible now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Whatever you are building an application, whatever you are showing, it could be pretty much doable by every org on their own tech stack, and they don't need to leave the data. So what I'm trying to understand, what exactly your moat over here, like the state of art retrieval augmentation techniques, or your text to SQL capabilities are very good compared to others. What exactly your moat over here? I just want to understand. It's kind of curious.
Benchmark.
Sure. So I think off-the-shelf solutions, as I mentioned, do a decent job, right? But sometimes
I mean, not of the solutions. People can build their own RAG solutions and
it
text to
takes you
SQL
a lot of
solutions.
time to able to get there.
I differ that. Yeah. I just still I just want to, like you said, like you have a lot of tables and you have a lot of metadata, and based on the given question you are able to get the accurate results. Is your motto over there, and it's about just deploying and make it easy for people? I just want to understand which side you are
What
taking.
is our USP behind this? Okay, so it's actually twofold. So one is we'll work with you to build a custom solution for you, right? And we deliver it in a very short span of time because we have pre-built accelerators. So we have invested our time to make sure our text to SQL, our document querying, which is your RAG evaluation, right? All of that are up to par with industry standards, and we work with you to make sure that, for example, context, right? As I mentioned, sometimes you don't have context. We'll work with you to create that context. So the blend of us, that synergy between us and an organization to make sure this is successful is what I think sells.
Hello, hi. So I have a few questions on integrating with data sources. When you say that do you actually make a copy of enterprise data into a system? And if yes, how are you taking care of avoiding intermingling of data between enterprises and the other data security and these kind of things?
So when you have your enterprise data present in databases or file SharePoint and all of that I mentioned, we don't take a copy of it. We just link it to that, and your skill set will call it when necessary, and everything is present on within your organization, right? And in case, for example, in RAG, we know we create embeddings, right? So we will create those table structures that are required where you store your output in your organization itself, so it never leaves your bubble.
Understood. Then that actually the onboarding is a very big process, right? Because you have to probably change some data models on the other side and a lot of things for you to actually. It's a very big okay.
So what you saw in the configurator, right? Think about it. It is sitting in the customer environment. All the pieces you saw here, it is sitting on the customer environment. Now from there, if you put the link for any SQL database, any NoSQL database, it is directly connected in their ecosystem. So there is no math code there. Right? The part you were saying that a lot of customization, you are right, because sometimes it is not possible to directly connect it to the raw data that they have. You have to obviously process a lot. Any genAI application that it needs processing. So some cases we make sure that we are hitting the process tables or the process document rather than the raw ones.
And even the processed information is present within the customer's ecosystem.
I have a question. As you guys productionize things, you must have used RAGs, right? So what are your recommendations for vector databases? Like
vector databases?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
For productionization.
For productionization.
Considering all things like latency and their similarity search results, kind of.
Correct. So it has two angles, I would say. In terms of, I'll first cover the accuracy bit. Building a RAG application at anywhere, right? It's painful, right? That's the reality. But what we have suddenly understood, right? If you keep a static RAG architecture, then it's problematic. If you keep only semantic search enabled for your RAG application, there are a lot of instances it will not work. So we always try to go for hybrid search, as well as I think right now it has agentic RAG has come up. So we are trying to see the different vector bases for different searches. Based on the question, it will orchestrate and it will route to a particular tool, which is your either a semantic search or a keyword search or a hybrid search, and it will figure out what to give. So keeping it dynamic to get better accuracy is super important for RAG. That's the first cut. Latency, we haven't found while building a rack application, the latency is not much of an issue. Latency sometimes becomes an issue for text to SQL because once you're doing the search and retrieving, it doesn't take a lot of time. That second, I mean, whatever, I think 2 to 3 seconds it takes, it is acceptable for the end users. But once it beyond crosses 10 to 15 seconds, then they're worried. Because in text to SQL, what happens, there are different sequential models that are there, right? So there, it automatically gets increased. So these are the two angles I'll recommend. The dynamic retrieval, as well as, I mean, latency-wise, there is no issue. Yeah. What are the name of the vector source? Okay, all right. See, we have done even using files index at scale. That has been, working pretty good. But I think the recommendation would be PG vector. That is why we have more, yes, from Postgres, the extension actually works better for us, the PG vector one. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Aditi and Amit, thanks for the presentation. So my question is an extension to the question that was asked by the gentleman sitting there. So in my organization, we had been working on such systems, both building it from scratch as well as some of the out-of-the-box solution as well. So what I have seen is the issue in terms of the scalability as well as accuracy. So for example, I will give you, if there is a table in a PDF, the header is on the first page and the table extends to multiple pages, it becomes an issue. Okay, so how good is this system in terms of customizing such problems? And this is just one issue. There could be multiple such issues. So can we customize such things as well here?
Got it. Got it. So the question that you were asking is on the processing layer, right? So the thing that you saw here in the configurator of the app, the processing part in the skill sets are not enabled because it varies based on different data set that you have. If I have a pharma domain and I have like a 50 set of PPT documents, that will vary obviously with CPG. You can't customize. So what we have done, we have figured out, let's say there are PPT documents, right? If you extract directly the image summary and then go for the generation of anything, RAG or anything, that doesn't work for us, right? So the idea there is you have to do an object-wise processing. If you feel PPT is there is image, there is chart, there is textual document, there is smart arts, there are flow charts, right? Across the different objects, we have written our models so that whenever in a PPT slide it identifies that this is a flow chart, right? It will figure out a way to summarize that part. Correct.
Yes.
You can. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Everything can be customized. So that's what I'm saying. So when I say that the base skill set are ready, that means it's 60 to 70% are okay. You don't need to build it from scratch. The other 30%, be it chunking, be it dynamic retrieval, be it processing layer, everything you can go and customize and deploy within a couple of minutes.
So I would put it this way, right? So if I give this solution to you, if the base one that we provide works for you, you'll be happy with it, right? So maybe 60% of them are happy with what they get. But of course, as you mentioned, it doesn't work out, what do I do? And as Amit mentioned, we have a pre-processing layer that we've tested against a lot of different kinds of documents, different kinds of objects that are there. So the base solution is good enough. That customization we let you do. I think we've showcased the CLI through which you'll be able to clone, edit what you like and deploy it, so that becomes your own. Sure.
More from a domain perspective. Okay. Which industries as well as functional areas have you used Nucleus for? And in your view, Amit and Aditi, are there limitations? Like, for example, insurance, would it work for that?
I think we've worked in insurance fields as well. We've worked in, I think we've taken healthcare examples, we've worked in CPG industry, right? There are broadly maybe a few industries that we majorly work with. Some industries have very strict regulations, right? So sometimes the solution, they might not be comfortable using it as is. So we'll try to work with them to provide a few alternatives, something that requires those changes. So which is what that customizable part comes into picture.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're out of time. If you have more questions, you can connect with Amit and Aditi outside the hall. Thank you for
Thanks,
this
everyone.
wonderful session, Amit and Aditi. Before we begin the next session, I request the people standing at the back to come in front. There are a few empty seats here. The ones who have blocked it with bags, are you sure the person's coming back? Just one question. All right. Before we begin the next session, I would request you all to scan the code. You would be winning few credits and goodies. Please go ahead. It'll be on the screen for a minute. Just one more announcement. Please refrain from bringing any hot beverages inside the hall. Thank you. I hope you all have scanned the code. We'll just keep it for a few more seconds. Gemini from scratch to EV industry report. Leading this session is Lavi Nigam, developer relations engineer at Google Cloud. Tools like Gemini at Google Cloud. Tools like Gemini to enterprises, helping them scale and innovate. He will for real-world applications. Please put your hands together to welcome Lavi Nigam to the stage.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So one of my colleague couldn't be here. He had a medical emergency. Gopala, who you might have seen yesterday. So he'll not be here today. So I'll be taking the whole session. We're going to do a lot of interesting things today. I
in text, but then we fixed it. But and it's a compliance risk. Like if my regulatory bodies get to know about it, they will shut down our business. Now, what is the solution? This mistake can be done by anyone, right? I did it unintentionally, right? It was not an intentional mistake. So, what is the solution? One of the solution, if some of you might have used AWS, so you can generate AWS SS key, right? And if by mistake, if you add it on any public platform or you commit it, you get an alert, like your keys are exposed somewhere, take some action or replace it. How they do it? They do a scanning. Similar solutions we can implement with the help of DevOps. So these are the 4 pointers where people think compliance is a risk to business. What I'll say is, with the help of cloud and DevOps, these can be a business enablers. So first is this data privacy and protection. It is the same thing, like in the logs, you should not store in the plain text, those kind of things. Security and encryption is standard. So we can, with the help of your DevOps, you can have scanning your logs or your database at some frequency so that you can get an alert if something goes wrong or if you are doing which you should not do. Audit and monitoring requirement. So it is not okay to be just compliant. You also need to prove your compliance. Like if I know a particular subject, but if I'm not able to pass my exam, my education body will say, no, you don't know this, right? Similarly, following a compliance is okay, but proving a compliance is also required. So how you prove? So organization follow multiple frameworks. Like these type of activities are not allowed. For example, logging. So we can have proof, like we do scan every 24 hours or every 6 hours based on the compliance requirement. We do regular check related to the finance, things are okay or not. So all these things can be automated. Multi-cloud complexity. So this is the same thing which I talked about, like in one region you have something available, in some other region it is not available. So those kind of things can only be, these can be fixed manually also, but DevOps can help you to do it faster. So with the help of cloud and DevOps, how we can achieve compliance so that compliance does not become a blocker. We can do it along with it. So these are the 4 parts. First is define compliance and security as a code. So some people say like writing infrastructure as a code. Similarly, compliance and these policy can be written as a code. So these are the some of the example. Second thing is, so I've used numberings. I'm not sure why it is coming as 0. And second is automate compliance and auditing and monitoring. The same way, like every 24 hours you can run, you can scan your logs. Next is secure standard multi-cloud compliance. So by using things like Terraform, you can have a same kind of architecture across environment, whether it is Google, Microsoft, or Amazon. And last is continuous compliance testing in DevOps pipeline. So it is not just okay to be compliant, but you need to prove also. So this continuous compliance testing is also required. People, there are organizations who has a mandate to have an annual audit. So what they do, quarterly they do internal audits, and after a year they do external audit just to solve it. So just concluding all the things, like the key takeaways, first is cloud can enable us for the scalability and flexibility. Like based on your requirement, you can upgrade and downgrade. Cloud computing optimize the cost. If you are not using the hardware, you can shut it down. For the non-critical environment, you can use on-spot instances. So those flexibility is provided by the cloud. DevOps accelerate software delivery, CI/CD part. Developer push the code, he has the confidence, like, okay, if the code goes there, basic things will work. Improve efficiency and reduce error, same thing, testing. Compliance, automation, reduce risk and save time. So we can integrate DevOps, compliance related checks in my DevOps workflow and things will work. And you always have a, DevOps to a full scale, they need a deployment time of say 5 days. You can do it in few hours. That's all for the today presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And if you want to connect offline, like this is my LinkedIn scanner. You can scan. If you have any question, we can connect offline also. Thank you. Yeah.
Hi, Abhishek.
So, no, your question is like we have we already deployed some solution in in Middle East area.
Yeah.
So.
So, like, are you using any specific cloud configuration over
Okay,
there? Or
okay.
like
So
hybrid or
Saudi government has a compliance requirement, like you cannot store their data outside their country. So we need to have a setup there. So that was the compliance requirement. So what we have done, we have taken a GCP because AWS is not there. And all our infra was working on AWS. Now we need to do one-to-one mapping of each and every technology and then do the migration effort. But if initially we have used something like Terraform to create infrastructure based on the script, things would have become very easy for us.
like standardize it earlier
Right.
and then deploy. Okay.
Okay, so I will say based on the 3 parameters. First is there any variation uh, in your usage? For example, if there is a higher usage during the daytime and the lesser user during the night time, right? Second thing is there any compliance requirement? Third is, do you have sufficient manpower to handle your on-premise thing? I think based on these three, we can. So it is the same thing, even on the cloud. You have the reserved instances, you have on-demand instances. So why people use a combination of both? So what they do, they plot what is their usage. And whatever is the minimum, they take that section as a reserved usage, and all the spikes they take care via the on-demand thing. And that is why I said hybrid is always a better approach.
Hi, Abhishek. Um, Based on many Gartner or any reports, we have known that 90% of the companies today are in cloud. But they also say that most of the companies, large organizations, are moving back again to on-premises because of couple of challenges of cloud. Even though security compliance improve over the many years, but adoption is the biggest challenge for the large organizations. So how we can balance that approach, or what you suggest that how we can use basically hybrid cloud as you mentioned in the best way? Maybe any suggestions?
Okay, so I'll tell you. So I'll not take the company name, but I was part of one of the migration when this India data compliance happened, like data localization. So Indian government mandated that all the payments data should be stored in India. It should not go outside India. And all our services, they are running in some other region. It's North Virginia, Europe, right? Now, we thought, okay, let's migrate to this place. But the challenge was all the services which we are using, those are not available in India. So that was the one thing. So that can be a one reason that people are not comfortable. So the tools which they are getting on the on-premise hardware, they feel more comfortable. The type of manpower they have, they feel more comfortable. But the thing which we need to decide is security. So everyone says, or most of the people say, that if we have things in our control, we can fix them. But to fix them, you need to have that kind of talent also. You need to invest a lot to detect those vulnerabilities and fix it, right? So if you are able to do, on-premise is always good. But if the reason is missing knowledge, you don't have the SMEs, there are some technology challenges. When I say technology challenges, like there is some software which is not available on the cloud. So those are the practical challenges which we need to account. And if you have any specific example, then we can discuss. But these are the practical challenges, but I don't see any other thing that we should use the on-premise.
The main challenges we are facing in our company is basically we use SaaS model a lot for Office 365, but every year I've been asked by CTO and CEO to reduce the licensing cost because that's keep on increasing. So now we are facing the problem of adoption and the training. Even though we have given them a lot of services, but the usage is less than 20% of those services across our company. So that's the biggest challenge we are facing now.
So one of the analysis which you can do, like the amount of money which we need to spend and how many years or month it will take to recover that cost. If you do that analysis, like it will give more confidence to your stakeholders whether we should pick this item or not. Because in a longer run, on-premise, it is getting difficult to manage. But the another problem is what I see, if everyone moves to the cloud, after 3-4 years, it will be a monopoly of these 4-5 companies. So we need to balance out between both them.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you.
Hello, Abhishek.
Hi.
Nice PPT there. So with cloud and DevOps emerging, there are so many roles right now. Cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, platform engineer, SREs. If you could give an example of how they are different and what should we do if you want to, let's say, go for platform engineer roles or maybe SRE roles?
Okay. So my take on this is it depends on the organization. So in a startup, a developer does everything. If you go to a company where DevOps team size is say 4 to 5, they divide it in two segments. One is the DevOps engineer, one is the security guy. Then you further divide it. Then it comes one take cares of all the permissions related thing. They call them admin. Then the DevOps who take cares of the infra. Then there is another security person. When they further expand, so this DevOps part then split it into first is platform. Its responsibility is to make sure that all the servers are having the latest software installed. But what was the other name?
SRE.
Platform is this one, but there is then application. I'll not call it application engineer. Probably like cloud engineer, I will say, who will help the specific teams to deploy. So for example, I build one application and I'm using MySQL 5.7, which is outdated, right? So it is a responsibility of the platform engineer that he should have added those checks that no one should use less than MySQL 8. But for the application engineer, it is okay. Its responsibility is to keep the servers up. So that's how I think. So like platform engineers are part of the global team, and specific to the application, they are dedicated to specific engineering teams.
Understood. What about SRE?
So SRE I covered like in the first part, security part.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, friends, if you have more questions, you may take it up outside of the Audi 2. Abhishek, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another announcement, we have the most awaited event, which is 40 under 40. That's happening in Audi 1. That's going to be the main Audi. So it's already started. Audi 2 will resume back at 4:30. Thank you very much. Have fun.
mobile AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and with tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our
team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence,
AI,
coexisting. AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're
of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal align with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI. AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way, to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI. AI. AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem would empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
Artificial intelligence.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each
we have on board and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
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 In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting edge and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn? Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes, vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We resume session back at 4:30 here. So we do not have any session at the moment. So you may want to check the Audi 3 or Audi 1 for sessions. But please come back at 4:30. Thank you.
Drive real-world outcomes. Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
intelligence,
AI.
coexisting.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating
shape not just their careers but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal align with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size, 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI AI isn't a tomorrow thing, it's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligned with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000 plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and GenAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and GenAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
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 In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words and just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. tech would empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of MathCo. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal align with a larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale MathCo from where we are to 10 times our size. 10x in terms of the value that we add to our customers, the quality of experts we have on board, and the capabilities that we invest in. All in all, we want to be a one-stop shop for all our customers' digital transformation needs.
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy top-tier firms. Our coordinated cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges. Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence. AI. Coexisting. AI.
Artificial intelligence. In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The Tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to turn DNA into code to make. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create. Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot and fix bugs. It can translate from code to code and is one step closer to speaking 1,000 languages, even whale. Today, AI impacts lives for the better and understands the world the way you do. Our AI spots threats 7 times faster, understands speech sentiment, helps prevent vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way. It's cloud.
Mathco began with a bold yet simple vision in 2016 to help enterprises unlock the full potential of their data and solve their most pressing challenges. We started as a small, passionate team of problem solvers, driven by the belief that data could empower businesses to think bigger and do better on their own. Self-sufficiency remains at the core of our offerings to enterprises. We strongly believe that we live in an age of hyper-personalization. Enterprises, in the quest for being digitally at the top of their game, often face critical challenges. Challenges that can result in millions of dollars lost or missed opportunities to earn them. They're looking to evolve while overcoming their own unique set of challenges.
We today engage with more than 60 plus global enterprises across multiple verticals like retail, consumer goods, pharma, technology, and many more to come.
We're here to enable them to make smarter, faster decisions with enterprise intelligence. It's not just about solving problems, it's about building trust both with people and the tech and creating everlasting value.
Our strength doesn't just lie in numbers, it's in the unparalleled expertise of our mathematicians. Our people are the heartbeat of Mathco. They innovate, collaborate, and bring ideas to life in ways that drive real-world outcomes.
Every individual has a space to take ownership, make an impact, and shape not just their careers, but the success stories of our clients.
Everything we do revolves around creating meaningful experiences, whether it's through exceptional delivery for our clients or the way we collaborate and support one another as a team.
Each mathematician's goal aligns with our larger mission to empower decision makers in global enterprises to own and activate intelligence.
Our goal is to scale Mathco from where we are to 10 times our size,
Synechron is a leading global consulting firm for digital transformation and technology enhancements. We specialize in the financial services and technology innovation sectors. We work hard to become the trusted innovation and transformation partner of choice to our clients. Synechron's progressive technologies and optimization strategies span end-to-end artificial intelligence, consulting, digital, cloud and DevOps, data, and software engineering, servicing an array of noteworthy, top-tier firms. Our coordinated, cross-regional teams have deep domain experience in high-tech, capital markets, investment banking, wealth management, retail and commercial banking, asset management, exchanges, insurance, and payments, as well as cutting-edge technologies. Our 14,000-plus global employees, spanning 55 offices across 20 countries, are passionate about innovation and meeting new challenges.
Our team at Synechron is committed to pushing the boundaries of AI technology and delivering state-of-the-art solutions. We understand the importance of staying ahead in today's fast-paced world, and genAI tools are designed to give you that competitive edge. The future is here, and genAI is leading the way. Embrace the power of generative AI with Synechron Nexus tools.
Artificial intelligence.
AI.
Coexisting.
AI.
AI.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
At Google, AI isn't a tomorrow thing. It's a today thing. And sure, we can ask for answers to life's tough questions. But today, we can also ask it to do tough things, like ship that wood more efficiently, use satellites to reduce methane emissions, turn DNA into code to make drought-resistant corn. Oh, cool. It can spot and fill potholes, spot disease earlier, spot asteroids to protect Earth. It can create apps with just words in just hours. Today, Google AI can scan 100,000 lines of code in 2 minutes to spot vision loss, predicts weather 10 days out in 2 minutes, translates thousands of pages in seconds, detects lead pipes to keep drinking water clean, eliminates paperwork so care is more human, generates from text, visuals, audio, and video, creates entire worlds from your imagination, creates this thing and that thing, a new thing, the new way to cloud.
Gentlemen, can you hear me? Oh yeah, I can hear myself too. So how are you guys? All excited for the next session? Yes? No? Yes? I can't hear anything. Are we excited for the next session? Thank you. All right, so we have lined up some amazing sessions for the evening today. Our next session is on building GenAI application on top of open source models for AI-powered developer. And to present this talk, we have Harneet SN, founder and chief AI officer at Rabbit AI, an IIT Delhi alumnus and serial entrepreneur, leads tech curators and Rabbit AI, driving AI innovation with backing from industry giants. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Harneet.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, perfect. We'll just wait for everybody to settle down. So, quickly before we start, when people ask me my story, I say I am dead. Don't worry, I'm not a ghost. Still alive in the age of AI. So dead means developer turned entrepreneur turned AI developer. Okay? So, let everybody settle down. Don't tell me this joke was dead. Okay, so after lunch, lazy Bangalore. These days, I'm very sad to be in Bangalore this time. Last time when we came, it was really great. I love to come back to India, but not in this time. I did not expect Bangalore to be this hot. But I want this audience to be really, really energetic when we talk of AI because, yes, it's definitely the future and the present. So if I quickly introduce myself, who am I, and then we'll go to the topic. So as they said, I am a serial entrepreneur, have founded 5 companies, exited 1, running a couple of them along with my co-founders across US, UK, and India. And 2 years back, we founded Rabbit AI, which is the most relevant company for this particular sake. And so if I start, so while I was at IIT, we were still working on AI and machine learning, and machine learning, or rather GenAI, was not a hype that time. So we were the people who've been working for past 10 years in the same decade when it was not even a hype. And so one thing which used to happen, why I did not pursue, I said I was a developer first, why I did not pursue AI ML roles, because in the name of AI ML, industry was selling data pre-processing kind of roles, specifically in India. And in IIT, the companies which used to come for that 2 crore packages and all, majorly were the companies which were in quantitative finance and hedge funds. And I was a guy who was very science oriented, and I did not wanted to use my technology to make people lose money or make some people make money. So that's why that never kind of intrigued, and I started my career as a developer, product manager, then founded a company in the space of e-learning and assessments, named it as Amazon of Assessments, ran into some controversy. That controversy made us famous in the US. People did not remember tech curators, they remembered Amazon of Assessments. We got a lot of deals. Then eventually, another thing happened where we developed a AI localization engine. So an engine which was used to translate back then when we used to tell people it was AI, this was, I'm talking of 2018. When we used to tell the clients it was AI, they used to like charge penalties for that because they're like, no, 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 we need human translators and we need human developers. But at the back end, we were secretly using AI to actually translate that text and do automation of 80%, 90% of work. Eventually, when then I sold one company in 2020, where we had some time and some money at hand, where we thought, what is the next thing we should do? And that time, fast forward to 2022 when ChatGPT was coming. So we thought, oh, this is something which is possible. Because we were the people, me and my friends, who were always reading up transformers and BERT models, and we were thinking that AI will become a hype. But when OpenAI actually made it happen, we are like, oh, they have showed us the light of the day. So how can we stand a chance to be one of them and develop something which is much more usable by the industry and which cuts beyond the hype, and we also rank in the league of AI leaders as well. So one thing we realized, so when GPT was coming, we understood that we understood that this is a land grab situation. So Larry Ellison, Oracle's founder, is one of my mentors and ideals. So he's always, in his biography, he's mentioned that whenever there's a land grab situation, people want to own stuff and not rent. Think of Bangalore of 2000 or Gurgaon, people who are from Delhi NCR of 2000 or 1995. When there was a land grab situation, nobody's renting DLF buildings, they were buying land. So we tried to use the similar analogy in the age of AI, and we thought enterprises who have big budgets, have their own data, they would want to own their data and own their AI and may not use API-based things. So can we build something which can be hosted inside the VPCs of the enterprises? And our market was majorly Europe, which is very heavily regulated. You know, as they say, US innovates, China manufactures, Europe regulates, and India talks. So we are talking here, but no, India will also build stuff. So we were like, why not use the advantage of those regulations and build something which works in our favor? So that time we started working on SLMs, right? Before even other SLMs were launched, and me along with a couple of our angel investors from NVIDIA and Meta, and my co-founder is ex-Meta, who was the part of the team which scaled Facebook Messenger and all. So we, along with professors from IIT Delhi and UC Berkeley, we started working on SLMs, and we were able to launch some SLMs in two fields, majorly education and defense. I'm audible loud and clear, right? Yeah, okay. So these were the two SLMs we built for education and defense. I'll cover more details about that, how we went about doing that. And we followed an approach that rather than sending data to the model, we'll make an LLM or an SLM set in your VPC so that all the GDPR, data privacy, and even the guardrails concerns are eliminated, and we get easy access. And of course, now a lot of people are doing that, but we did this in early 2023, and God was kind, timing was good. We cracked good 10, 11 customers with an average per customer, an average of 1-2 million spent every year into 3-year contracts, and we kind of built quite good applications in the space of defense, education, and third is marketing and customer experience, majorly for European customers. That's where I was also approached by Indian Defense, and they gave us an honorary medal as well for developing vision models which can detect 12 types of signals: acoustic, radar, sonar, drone, surveillance kind of images, and convert it into natural language for processing, or for basically the soldiers to understand it in natural language. So these were some of the things we were doing, and then eventually the second thing we started doing was on the side of RAG, where we understood that LLMs by themselves hallucinate. Even SLMs used to hallucinate. We were able to reduce hallucinations by training domain-specific SLMs, but still, when we talk of enterprise grade, we cannot completely rely on the LLM response. So we need to build RAG pipelines and other guardrails into the system. So that's where we also launched our open source RAG library, which is called as Chance RAG. Its own Hugging Face. You can view it in PyTorch. We made it, and this is enterprise grade ready. And of course, then we can do more customizations on top of it as well. And this uses an advanced fusion technique. So how many of the people are developers here? So that I know that in what, okay, a lot of, I guess more than 50%. And how many of the developers are core genAI developers and who've been working for more than 1 year in genAI production? Okay, few of them. So everybody understands what is RAG, right? Okay, I'll cover in one line what is RAG, RAG retrieval augmented generation. So in very, very layman terms, when you give prompt to an LLM, it is answering basis the knowledge it already has. With RAG, you are ingesting, you are giving it, I'll just jump to that. So these were the 5 companies we founded, Rabbit AI being the one. This was the honorary medal given to me by DRDO for working in Indian defense, and we are working on some projects, can't reveal much details, but we are working on a lot of them. And just a quick story, I'm a 3-generation military guy, and I'm the black sheep who went to IIT, always had some tanas from my dad that you did not join army. I cracked NDA and JE both, but then I'm glad that the medal I have from India, my grandfathers and my uncles and my dad do not have that. So that's a great thing. So AI made that happen. So I can say I'm really fortunate to be in this time, and AI definitely, I am very, and this is the award I got from Sultanate of Oman, from His Highness, and this is again for excellence in AI solutions we've done for defense and education. So India, we have entered like quite recently. My other companies were active in India, but now I've moved back to India as well from UK. So in the world of, so I was talking about Chance RAG, but I'll come to that as well. Just a second. Yeah. So this is what we tried to build. So RAG, I was telling that RAG is retrieval augmented generation, where you give access to LLM, where you give access of external data to LLM. Now, when RAG is coming, we typically have a mentality when a new technology comes, we kind of disregard all the existing technologies, and you'll hear a lot of things that software developers are gonna get extinct and all that stuff, which of course is not gonna happen. So what we try to do, of course, based on some research done by good folks in the industry, open source industry, we are big promoters of open source, we found a method which is advanced fusion. So what it does is it actually merges 2 kind of searches. One is your regular keyword-based search, which was happening. So in the retrieval part of RAG, typically in LLMs, you are doing vector search. Basically, all the text is chunked and it's converted into embeddings. And basis that use, you are able to, basis your query, you are doing the similarity match and you are fetching that information. That is one way, but that's not always accurate. There are some things which can still be done with keyword-based search. So we tried to merge both of them and created a RAG solution which uses the best of both worlds. And of course, the weights can be customized. So, for example, in just layman terms, if I tell, dog and Labrador and German Shepherd. In regular keyword-based search, these things are not related, correct? When you search for a dog, there can be other ways where when you search for a dog and you get to these things, but in a regular keyword-based search, you cannot have a linkage between a dog and a Labrador. But in vector search, the embedding models are trained like that these, in the vector space, these terms are close by and you get access to that. But both scalar search, I would say, and vector search have its own best and worst. What we tried to do is to use the best of both worlds, the scalar search, keyword-based search, which Google uses, and the vector search, given the weightage, run experiments across large data sets, and then the weights can be customized based on your use case, and then we see where the accuracy is there. And without using anything else, no reinforcement learning, no supervised fine-tuning, we were able to achieve much higher accuracy, up to 98.5% accuracy just with this. And the remaining things we kind of eliminated with guardrails. So that is one of the things. And coming back to my topic, what most of the products we have built is on top of open source LLMs. So earlier it was Mistral. We have worked a lot on Mistral, and then we have worked on Falcon. And then we have worked on Llama models, of course, and now DeepSeek as well. So I'll also cover a quick case study of how we have built an application step by step using DeepSeek. Of course, it is modular. We were building that application earlier itself on Llama, but now we have replaced it with DeepSeek because one of the things with DeepSeek is, of course, it's being an open source model. It has that kind of capabilities, which is comparable to GPT and Claude. So as I mentioned about the chance RAG, we had dual retrieval system. So one retrieval is happening basis the keyword search, and one retrieval is happening basis the semantic search. And then we do the top K retrievals, and then we feed that data into the LLM for generation. So basically, it's a more efficient way of embedding your PDFs or database into the LLM model to improve the accuracy without doing any RL or fine tuning or stuff like that. We've built it on top of Mistral, open source LLM, but of course it can be with a plug and play. The architecture is like that with just 2 lines of code change. We can use any other API keys of closed source models as well and open source models as well. Okay, now let's talk about, I'll just jump to this and then I'll come back to these slides. Okay. So I'll come to this case study that what we tried to build with DeepSeek and can be with for any other LLM. So one of the use cases we found in the industry was for the marketing and SEO industry. A lot of people are employed over there, and this is a hectic process. So for a brand building, you need 2-3 elements. For example, number one, you need website. Then there is on-page SEO, there is technical SEO, and then there is off-page SEO. Should I take the liberty to explain it in one line, or people understand that stuff? Okay, I'll do it. I'll explain, right? No means that you don't understand. Okay. So let's say when you have to rank a website on Google or any such search engine, SEO is the search engine optimization term. How your website is structured technically and content-wise depends on how it ranks on Google. Okay. So the first thing is technical SEO. Technical SEO actually optimizes how the crawlers are going through your website. So basically, the breadcrumbs, the metadata, the page, the storage of the page, basically if there are images and videos, the color contrast, the kind of content which is there on the page. So more of the any broken links are there or not. So all these things contribute to technical SEO, which today developers, when they develop a front end, a website on any of the CMS, it could be WordPress, it could be Wix, it could be Shopify, or it could be custom on React or Next.js. You need to ensure all these things that your site is technically relevant. And then there are audit tools which today exist where you can check what is the score, performance score of the site. So that part is technical SEO. Then there is on-page SEO. So on-page SEO means that the content you have in your site, majorly the keywords, which is on your page, how well it is optimized. For example, if you say that you are a top marketing agency in Bangalore or top marketing AI software in Bangalore, so how that content is there on your website so that, number one, search engines can search it and then it is valuable. And then there are how some websites rank on top compared to other sites is there's a thing called as backlink. Backlink means how many authority websites in your domain are linking back to your website. So people can do it organically and via paid things as well. For example, you can get a backlink from Economic Times or high authority websites, or maybe Wiley Research or that kind of Stanford, and then that backlink ensures that your site's authority is there. So we call these two terminologies as DA and PA. DA is domain authority and PA is page authority. Domain authority is your entire website's domain authority, and PA is particular pages authority, which depends on your keywords and content, number one. And second, the backlinks. So this is a manual process which currently happens in the industry. If you talk to your CMOs and marketing teams, a lot of agencies, a lot of personnel are employed to ensure that right kind of backlinks, right kind of keywords are there on your site. Okay, so that is on-page SEO, although backlinks is common for both on-page and off-page SEO. Third is the off-page SEO. Off-page SEO is basically outside your website, how things are written about you. It could be your LinkedIn, it could be your Medium page, it could be other content which points back to your website. So basically, Google optimizes, or any other platform, Google, LinkedIn, optimizes for good content, and they have to. So you need to produce a lot of valuable content for you to rank on Google. For example, if I have to publish a blog on DeepSeek, and there is a possibility I can rank on top of the official DeepSeek page as well, without running ads and all. And that depends on that depends on the skill level of my SEO people, and the creativity level of my content people, and the technical soundness of my tech people. Three teams are typically involved when you write this sort of technical content. Your tech team, your marketing team, and then your tech team, your content team, and then your SEO team. So this is an opportunity which we saw can be automated with Agentic AI, because this is a manual process. Any brand, irrespective of whatever space they are in, if they have to get visibility on Google, they have to go through on-page SEO, off-page SEO, technical SEO, all three things. We broke down this problem statement. So this is more of a domain expertise, as I guess yesterday also somebody was saying that just being an expert in AI will not make you build the next AI unicorn, or just because you know AI, you're not going to outcompete others. 2025 is the year of AI applications, and a lot of domain expertise will be required for you to actually make a move in the market. So this is the domain expertise we have via our past experience in the industry, via some of the people in our team, and via doing all this for our previous companies. So website performance analysis, SEO audits, blog and content assessment, the blogs and content you put, marketing automation. Marketing automation means scheduling and posting posts on various channels, Quora, LinkedIn, social media performance, marketing strategy recommendations, risk management and public relations, and event strategy. And last one, which people use, is this conferences and events. In corporate terms, we call it MICE. So this is also a very important strategy when you actually have to position a brand in front of somebody. So we tried to automate all this using open source model, and that open source model earlier was Llama, now it's DeepSeek. We are empowering, and this is an application we've already built. So we've deployed 4 agents and a structure where every agent will do the task how typically humans do it. And we have divided, even we have put a nice imagery to that all these 4 components of brand, we have put, or rather there are 5 components of a brand. We have compared it to the 5 elements, the Panchabhutas we have: earth, fire, water, air, and akasha, space. So earth means your website, how the foundations of your website is there. Water means how fluid you are, basically how you are perceived in the industry. That means your employee reviews, your Google reviews, your business reviews. Air means that how media is talking about you, the PR and all. Fire means that how aggressively you are putting out content, what is your frequency of posting on social media, and what is the engagement out there. And space means how thought leadership oriented you are. Space is something which we can't capture. That is the known quantitative method. Other 4 agents are kind of taking your website link and giving you for your score on earth, water, fire, air, on all the components where a brand is built. And it goes through all these processes. It starts with one agent, starts with technical SEO, integrates with Google's APIs. We have done an API integration with almost, I guess, some 7-8 APIs in the industry, which gives you all the audit. So those tools we have not built in-house, but rather we have kind of utilized the data from all of them and used LLM to convert it into natural language. That is one, where we do the website performance and SEO audits analysis. Then the articles you have written and articles your competitors have written. So that also it analyzes and gives you a very constructive feedback, how you are ranking organically and why you are ranking where you're ranking or you're not ranking. And all that is built with, some of our proprietary data, our SLM and DeepSeek R1. Then, so after doing these 4 audits, it also suggests you, after these 4 agents go through this process of doing your brand audit, it gives you content recommendations as well. So the kind of recommendations it is able to give you is your founders should go to these conferences. They are not going to these conferences where your competitors are going. Let's say you are a Zomato and you are Swiggy, and Swiggy puts a link. So it'll show that Dipinder Goyal is doing this much content here. He has gone to 7 conferences as per the publicly available data. 7 conferences past week where Sri Harsha has not gone. So you should go there. So this is one of the suggestions which comes in the space element. And it also tells you, Swiggy has posted maybe 120 blogs and social media posts, but as Zomato, you have done probably 81. And their average engagement is this, so yours is this. So this is kind of acting as a marketing co-pilot for CMOs, that every morning in their dashboard, they can get all this information, which typically right now they do manually or semi-automated in a semi-automated manner. And a lot of personal and resource cost goes there. Then other things it can tell you is this image on your site, this video on your site is very, very heavy, and it's increasing the bounce rate. So these kind of recommendations are inbuilt in the very first place. And then secondly, as these agents have memory, they have reasoning and all, and we collect all this data in this with the consent of the user, and then they can improve. They can send back these agents to us for even fine-tuning them on their specific data, even aligning them to their specific preferences. So we say this is the AI Chief Marketing Officer which we're gonna launch, and this is gonna help this industry, which is quite manual right now. Just to give you some of the references, a lot of budgets of CMOs, like IT budget comes to India, a lot of budget of CMOs goes to countries like Philippines, Vietnam, and these countries, and you will have people just to drive up the brand engagement. You have, I've seen that in Philippines and Vietnam, you have big rooms where they have lots of screens and mobiles, and they're playing your content or increasing the click-through rate, and all that stuff is happening. So we thought that this is an industry which can be disrupted genuinely and impactfully by AI, where a CMO is no longer able to fool a CTO or a chief AI officer or a CEO, where you get real data and analytics for your stuff. So quick thing, since it's more like a technical talk, I'll also tell some of the experiments we have done with DeepSeek. So of course, I guess a lot of you know. How many of the people in the audience have interacted with DeepSeek? Okay, a lot of you. And how many of you have interacted it via hosting it in your cloud, or few people? So a lot of you have used chat.deepseek version. Okay, so basically when you are building chat.deepseek we can't call it open source because it's hosted on their servers or some other servers, but we can always locally install. So we have done both the experiments for the developers out there using Olama. Just a second. Yeah. So using Olama or LM Studio, you can actually install DeepSeeks. If you have a 16 GB RAM or 8 GB RAM, you can run the 1.5 billion wala model, which runs on your local device. Otherwise, you can always use, cloud, and you can locally download this, and then you can run it. You can create applications on top of it. That is one area, or you can use Grok or Fireworks APIs as well. And that's where all the concerns about China's censorship or the model not answering certain things, that kind of goes away, because now the model is in your local host, and you can give the prompts and you can get the output. You can make utilization of the model's reasoning capabilities and not be concerned about the censorship thing. So the advice we have for developers, it's in completely open source, and we advocate the use of DeepSeek and any other open source LLMs as well. And so far we have built 3 applications and they are running fine. We have one of the applications we are launching in production, It was already running with Llama, and we have shifted to DeepSeek. And the benefit is real. I can talk from the entrepreneur side. The benefit is real because actually, I guess we have hit close to 20 million output tokens and more than 12,000, 13,000 API requests. And our cost is less than $4, right? With GPT, it would have been at least $120. So the work we used to get, and this is our daily usage. So the work we used to, where we used to spend probably 12,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees every single day, now we can get the same thing done for 300, 400 rupees. And this is a real innovation. Now, what I feel, the last message, I guess we have to come to a concluding call. All the things which were earlier not possible because of high consumption of OpenAI's APIs and non-performance of Mistral or Llama at that level, today is possible with DeepSeek. And I guess this is a wake-up call for us and a very big opportunity. I always say that. So I'll conclude by saying I believe this is the. How many of you have seen, heard Ramayana? Good. Okay. I say this is a Jamvant movement for India. People know who is Jamvant, the king of bears. So there was a time when Lord Hanuman has to cross Lanka and he has forgotten his powers of flying because of his misdeeds in the childhood. So he reminded that you are not just a normal human being. You can fly and you can reach Ravan and Lanka by flying, which other people do not have these powers. And because of that, the story proceeded. So I feel DeepSeek movement is more like reminding India being Hanuman and DeepSeek being Jamvant, that our power has always been finding jugaad. We are known for that, finding ways to make things work in fraction of cost. ISRO versus NASA is one example. Our Mangalyaan is another example. And then there are a lot of Zoho versus, the similar companies in the West is one example. So I guess our advantage always have been talent and cost. So let's use that advantage. Of course, we can build DeepSeek-like models as well. So that is also, we have made a script to on GRP and all to fine-tune a model the way DeepSeek has done that. So you guys can follow me on LinkedIn as well. We are going to open source that on 14th of Feb, where the launch of Pluto is also happening. So that can be used by you to train any other model the way DeepSeek has done the training. But I guess not just, there are two ways we can proceed. One, creating models like DeepSeek and using that GRPO and RL technique. Second is building applications on top of DeepSeek, which can serve the customers in much better manner at faster pace, lesser cost. So yeah, that's my message. Thanks a lot. And any questions, if there are there, we can answer. Yeah.
I like the Jamvant, by the way, this story, but honestly speaking, when I tried this DeepSeek locally, it's not cheap, honestly. The reason is the meaningful token versus the tokens coming is, it has a lot of thinking tokens, a lot of hallucinations around it. So based on my current analysis, it is close to 4 times expensive than the Llama model if both the models are hosted locally in the system.
Okay, I guess.
So I'm coming to my question part because this is the actual story, like playing locally the models and all that. The second important point you mentioned about change and all that stuff. One thing that people are talking about on the training data set for the DeepSeek, which is still not revealed, it is already generated and all that stuff, unlike other open source models, which is a big question mark, saying until unless you let me know that your training is not biased or those kind of sources and all, it's difficult to go for these models with the customers because a lot of reputation at stake, right? So how do you handle those situations?
Okay. Yeah. So I'll tell you. So there are 2 case studies, as I said, which we have with DeepSeek, and third one is our own Pluto. But 2 customer case studies from that I'll share. See, one thing is what we have built and done for all the models in the past as well, we just use it for the purpose we want to use it, and any other things we block. That could be done through guardrails, through putting your own intent classifier model in input or output, and that works for us really well. I'll come to the cost part later. So let's say if one of the things I'm using DeepSeek is for becoming a Python copilot for one of our clients who want to do the AI development and all, and we want DeepSeek to become a Python copilot. Now as an enterprise, this is more of a, I guess, an enterprise question, a business question than a tech question. So we always use mixture of experts. So one of the models I'll tell you we've built for an insurance major, and we have 4 LLMs, or we have 4 possible outcomes. A query comes, it's a customer support query. We have an intent classifier model, which is completely ours, basic ML. And then basis the intent classification, it either routes that query to a human agent, or to a regular FAQ-based chatbot, or to a local LLM, or to a global LLM. Okay, here by global LLM, I mean GPT and all the proprietary things as well. So whenever we actually take this to production, we don't take any model 100%. We try to reduce the exposure of a model at less than 10-15%, and then we do a POC. And if there are certain issues, then probably we can take it off. So that's the case. Even with when DeepSeek is coming, at the back end, we have Llama as well, we have Mistral as well, and we are still using Claude and GPT's APIs as well. So we have a query routing mechanism. Depending on the use case of the customer or my own use case, we can do that. Second thing is guardrails, right? If my model is built for coding, you come and ask it for dating advice, it'll actually not tell you anything. And even if you tell it, my layer blocks it. So I always have an application layer before and after. At input and output, we are heavily kind of regulating it. And when you're doing that, there is no point whether it is open source or closed source, because you are controlling the input and you are controlling the output. And application is entirely in your control. So even if the model hallucinates, my end user reputation is not going to get disturbed. Okay, maybe we can take a lot more questions outside. I guess that's
Friends, Harnit will be available outside the audio too, so feel free to connect with him there. Due to time constraint, we'll have to just wrap it up. Thank you, Harnit, for the session.
Thank you, everybody.
Round of applause, guys. All right, the next session, the rise of Agentic AI, transforming workplace with generative AI as digital workers. Agentic AI is transforming workplaces by enabling autonomous digital workers to streamline tasks, boost efficiency, and enhance decision-making. Vodex leads this shift, integrating AI for seamless, ethical, and scalable automation. As a co-founder and CTO of Vodex.ai, he drives generative AI solutions, leveraging 13 plus years in IT, IoT, and robotics and AI to enhance sales, customer service, and marketing through AI-powered outbound calls. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kumar Saurabh.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm Kumar Saurabh, co-founder and CTO of Vodex.ai. Just to give you a quick background about me, I have a decade of experience into AI. I have run 2 companies earlier. This is my 3rd company. We are a seed stage startup and currently raising our Series A. So when I was given this topic to talk about it, that let's talk about the rise of Agentic AI and how it is transforming the workplace environment, and how is it like slightly shifting the gears in the market recently. If you guys are, I'm assuming that our audience is probably a mix of mostly developers. So if you see, the entire landscape is shifting from just plain vanilla inference engine to the generative AI models like GPT or Llama or whatsoever you use, to agentic world is coming into the picture. Now, how is it different? So how is it different from the plain vanilla structure of generative AI getting used into the platforms? And specifically, I will talk about how it is about delivering value via a product to the customer for which you are building the product for, whether you are thinking in terms of a business head or an entrepreneur or a developer. Like, how does your product differs using the Agentic AI architecture, where it is getting used? In fact, kudos to the last question that was asked. That actually sets up the stage about why it's very much required, and to create a sense of urgency that the platforms that are currently horizontal should verticalize their application. So I think we all know generative AI is there. Like we started using it when the Bloom came into the market. Before that, we used to have our NLU engine. We have been into mostly into the ML side of it, where natural language processing and everything was happening in my previous company as well. And then we shifted our gears when the Bloom model came in that, okay, something new is coming up. At that time, there used to be still it is, there was a library called Haystack that we used to create a better experience, because chatbot used to be dumb. Around 3-4 years ago, they used to be dumb. They were plain vanilla chatbots that only answers which intents were identified and only used to respond about that. And that led to actually 87% of time saying, so sorry, I couldn't understand what you said. Can you rephrase what you said? And I always believe that that was even not so-called AI. It was more towards a rule which has gotten an extension of an intent and entity recognition. But then things started shifting when the Bloom model and then the GPTs and everyone entering into the foundational model. Multiple companies came into it, even open source and closed source solutions that helped us building the platform as well. So what I want to focus here is that what is the difference between the generative AI and making it agentic? So when we say making it as agentic, is doing one particular task or multiple tasks simultaneously as if a human is doing. Like say suppose we are running a company where sales is to be automated. So if you see in sales, there are multiple operations that happen. Someone takes a request, someone does a qualifying questions asked that is he a good fit as a customer or not. Someone need to give him a demo. Someone need to do a deep dive session. Someone need to create a contract, and someone need to bargain for or negotiate for a correct price. So if you see, these all are different human roles. So when we say agentic, which means that how many of those roles can be automated using the use of generative AI or agentic AI. So how do you actually achieve it is by first focusing that what type of sales roles that you are trying to address. So say suppose my company sells to enterprises mostly in US, okay, to finance sector. And I start using out of the box directly start inferencing the open source or closed source models and start using it in plain vanilla structure. Now the problem with that will appear is that there will be a lot of compliances issue will happen. Customer will get wrong data. It may get a misquote as well. It might not be able to handle the bargaining chips that it can handle, create a battle cards around that. So a lot of nuances are there in that. So you need to create specific agents that can handle those tasks. So this is a very quick agenda. I'm going to go through it very quickly one by one towards it. Like we already talked about what generative AI is, but why is the necessity of it around the verticalization part? How deep we can go into it, how Vertex handles it, what are the different steps. That's why I was saying that the prologue was said earlier that how do you handle where the cost optimization is there. There is a difference when the latency comes into the picture as well in a real-time communication. Does it play a picture as well? And other business considerations that you need to take place when you create any agentic AI platforms. So currently, it's like the rise of verticalization is happening. Everyone is creating an agentic AI solution, whether it's for coding, like Bold.new is there. They are building brilliant applications. I think the developers' efficiency has increased a lot with that. Whether you are building for sales, for us, like we are doing it for debt collections and US debt collections and mortgage sales and other stuffs. And also I'm going to talk about which part, how to verticalize it as well into the compliance and regulation part, and maybe do a technical deep dive as well. So currently, if you see, there are multiple models. The first question arises is that which one to use? Like verticalization, for verticalization, what to be used for in your context, like whatever product you are building, whatever solution you are building. So that becomes very nuanced space. Like you cannot go ahead and use out of the box Llama 3.1 for my use case or for a developer use case. You have to somehow manage its outputs or fine tune it, or maybe do it something from scratch as well, like something which DeepSeek did. So it depends on what use case that you are planning to do. And there, for the verticalization, you need to keep on choosing. You need to keep on updating your infrastructure with the rise of newer models coming into the pictures. Second is, what I see is today's era is that earlier the SaaS was there, but now the new SaaS is this whole agentic AI architecture, where you are replacing tasks done by a human. Rather than a human doing the same task, the AI is doing it much faster. Like, say, suppose a customer came in, you want to research about him, our AI agents does it in 7-8 odd seconds. Whereas if a human does it, it would take an hour or so to do that. Similarly, if you want to reach out to a customer, the volume is the game. Like, you have to create an army of agents to reach out to the customer over email, SMS calls, multiple sources, LinkedIn as well. But with the agents, specific agents for each and every channels, you can do it at a very scalable level. So your pipeline becomes larger as well. And lastly, like moving from a general output giving architecture of AI agents means not having a horizontal agent rather than having a vertical agent, like focusing on the niche. Like, say, suppose I'm doing for debt collection, agent that understand that industry. That's very important key role while doing that. So why verticalization is important is, if you see, there is a lot of domain expertise required, nuances. I will give you with an example. Like we typically do a very large debt collection for multiple debt collection agencies in US, okay? And there is a term called RPC. It's a simple term whose full form is right party contact. But US regulations are so tough, so nuanced, even a human forgets to do that and does an error. Now, what does it mean is, I suppose in India, it's slightly different, that if you have taken a loan, people will call your mother, your sister, everyone you know around, right? But in US, it doesn't happen that way. In US, if you have called someone, you need to first make sure that you are talking to the correct person, like you are talking to John. And not only John, is his social security number correct? Is his date of birth correct, matches to your record? Then only you can give information about it. The moment you don't do it, there is a website by FTC, federal government of US, where they have given the list of banned collection agencies. Literally banned for life. Their founders can never enter into that space. Something like Jordan Belfort kind of a thing. You remember in the movie Wolf of Wall Street, he got banned there. So it's like, it's that much important. So domain expertise of that, like we went so deep into the product side that we understood that what RPC is, how to do that RPC. If, say, suppose the person is not the same person, how to find his different contact number, called skip tracing, another terminology, and do move in that domain. Similarly, we do it for mortgage and other stuffs as well. Then this solves our two problems. One is the domain expertise and the nuanced terminologies that they have and how to handle it sequence by sequence. It's like you're understanding one agent is doing the RPC part, handing over like a human does to another human agent, then another AI agent, and another AI agent does the next part of it. Then another AI agent does the next part of it. It's like a journey that you need to go through. Now, what does it, if you do that agentic AI kind of a solution, how does it affect to your customers? So I will give an example. One of our customers' name is ClearGrid. They were doing via humans earlier, before us. So they used to spend $1 to recover $2.2 earlier. After using Vertex for 6 months, they are now recovering $14.9. So that's a big leap in terms of ROI. There are other challenges that also got resolved, like lesser amount of people are suing them or something like that started happening. Documentation became easy. Everything is in the CRM and everything is about that part. So at Vertex, what we are doing is we have verticalized AI agent. I'm going to talk about one industry, although we cater to 3 different industries, but I'm going to talk only specific to one so that a context is set and I'm only going to talk about it. At Vodex, we are helping US financial services in entire their revenue operations side. So it's like either doing sales for them or recovering that. So say suppose a mortgage company has given a mortgage loan to someone. So first, identifying the person whom mortgage should be given, then qualifying him, talking to him, making sure that he understands everything about it, telling him about all the mortgage possibilities, what could be a loan structure, what could be the interest and everything about it. Then disbursement of the loan. Post that, also recovery. It's like your job is not yet done. You need to recover that loan each month on month as a EMIs and everything. So we do that part as well. And we have taken a completely verticalized approach by creating multiple AI agents which actually talks to each other without any human governance. Like, of course, human can govern. We have given that option, but human governance is as of not required like 98% of the time. So these are the use cases that I was talking about. I will focus on the debt collection side only because I cannot talk 3 in the given time period. So debt collections we do, primarily we do actually debt collections. Other than that, we do the mortgage sales as well and insurance sales as well. Sales is similar in both the domain, but debt collection is slightly nuanced in that retrospect. Typical AI architecture looks like this, that whenever, considering we do mostly over the voice communication rather than on text communication. So our AI agent, whenever receives a call or dials a call, it hears the user input, then the speech-to-text comes into the picture, LLM comes into the picture, and then some domain-specific guardrails are there that comes into the picture, caches and other stuffs also. I'm not going to deep dive into that. Comes into the picture, and finally a response is generated, which is correct as per the compliances as well. I will come to that part later on. Now, to do this, what we took as an approach is that for each and every AI agent which is doing the task, we had to fine-tune a bit, fine-tune for that particular task, what it is doing. Like say, suppose it's doing the RPC, it need to necessarily do only that part. I will give you an example. Take out, finally a prompt is given like with each and every call or email or SMS or whatever is getting done, a prompt is generated. Now, if you give it to plain vanilla Llama 3.1 or even GPT-4o, I will be very sure about it. Now, red teaming, of course, hopefully I understand most of you will know, but if you red team it, like test it very rigorously, you will find out that it is giving the information without being asked. When the questions are asked in a different way. So say suppose RAI agent made a call to someone and started saying that, hey, I would like, how are you, what this is about or something, some conversation is happening. At that point, if the customer says that, okay, tell me your name, what is in your record. Now, a plain vanilla 3.1 or 4.0, what it will do is say that as per our record, your name is John, which is completely, you just went against the compliance side. Like you can literally get sued. So to understand that part, we had a exact fine-tuned model that came into the picture. Then we do the layered fine-tuning as well. Like after RPC, how that part of fine-tuned data need to be used in the next step of next stage of it as well. In this, again, I will say the base model selection is very much important. You cannot use any model to fine-tune it. You need to do a lot of research around that part and understand that for which domain, which one works better. It's basically is because on which data the base model was trained on. If it was not trained on, say, suppose the compliances approach data, then you need to add, while fine-tuning, you need to add more data. So choice of base model becomes very much important. And then, of course, tasks specific fine-tuning need to be done. Now, still it creates a problem that still it will hallucinate. And how will you handle that part? Like, even if you do each and every point, in real-time communication, there is a chance that your AI agent might hallucinate and might give an improper response that is not required. Like I will give you an example. This happened actually on a call where our AI agent was doing a talk and someone named Mohammed picked up the call in US. Now, towards the call, Mohammed didn't realize that this is an AI agent that is talking to him. And it started, it was a debt recovery call. So it's like it was telling him options like you can do a one-time settlement rather than paying $5,000, you can pay $4,500, or you can set up a payment plan that you can pay in 12 months. Now, that gentleman who was on the other side of the call, he said that you are being biased to me because I'm a Muslim. Actually, we have an exact call recording of it. Now, technically, at that point, our AI agent should say that I'm not biased towards you and all. So he said something similar, that I'm not biased towards any caste, creed, and religion, and everything about it. But with that, it said that I can't see any options better for you, which is actually provoking him to choose from it. And you again, it's a very thin line. You just cross the compliances line. It's like you are now getting sued for it. So it's like people can, real life scenarios can be any number of things. People can be talking over in a metro, or while driving a bicycle or a car, or sitting in a pub or something like that. Anything can happen. And in a real life scenario, a lot of noise and everything stuffs will come into the picture. So how to handle those parts? So that's why when we created this, when the GraphRag came, we implemented the GraphRag architecture as well, so that the context is correctly set and nothing gets out of the loop. And whenever an AI agent is giving a response, whether in real time or non-real time, like on email or SMS, at that point, there is a verification layer that rather than before saying it, I need to pass it through that verification layer, check it that I am not saying anything wrong, which is against the law. Now, and of course, you need to keep having a human in the loop, so that you can, like, we had a human in the loop, that's how we got to know about this problem. There are automatic ways also to do it, but certain times that also fails as well. Now, when you do this all, like you have a verification layer, you have trained and fine-tuned models and everything around that, it comes with a cost. The cost of either a good quality or a latency. Now, in a real-time conversation, imagine you are having a call with an AI agent, or you are in a meeting with an AI agent, and AI agent is actually talking to you. We actually have an AI agent that goes into the Zoom call, can share a screen, can give the demos and everything about that. So now when you are doing that, you cannot expect an AI agent to respond back to you in 4 seconds. You have lost interest. That's where the user customer experience comes into the picture. So how much latency you can drop off, how much you can let it go. And it's not only, if you see, we only think in terms of latency, because in text response it doesn't matter, but in voice response it does matter a lot. So when you reply, it's not only about the LLM response time or its first byte arrival time. It's also about the text to speech. It's also about the speech recognition and multiple other layers in between. So how do you balance it off becomes a very much important. Next, another challenge which also comes into the picture is like, how do you integrate the other third-party API, like payment gateways or something like that? Someone saying that, hey, I want to pay it right now. Now what to do? Send him an SMS? No, of course you want to, your customer wants it to be done on the phone call itself. So how do you, what is the quality standard that you maintain there? Because you cannot take any wrong number of data and say that, hey, I'm not able to charge you back via a credit card or something. So this is a simple thing that we have seen usually, that smaller models does come with a very smaller latency. In fact, now it's much lower as well. Generally, the larger models or generalistic models are much slower in responses time. With proper caching and proper deployment, ML deployment, these all can be further reduced as well. Like token per second can be increased as well. Like fine-tuned Llama actually gives a response of around 420 tokens per second, so which is fairly good enough for us right now. These are the similar metrics. I already talked about it, like how the voice-centric architecture of ours works. I am just reminding it because later I will come to another new part which we are developing as at Vodex. Now, coming to the part where compliances becomes very much important, and as a developer, we need to focus on that part is because there are multiple rules, like I've written on the left side that FDCPA, TILC, Equal Opportunities Act, and there are many more. There are state laws as well, if you're doing any. In India also, there are multiple other rules as well. People do follow or not follow is a different question, but there are multiple compliances that you need to follow. If you don't, if your product doesn't do that, then it means that you're allowed to get sued by it. So how did we handle it? Is like we created a embedded compliance engine, which actually I talked about as a verification layer very earlier. To give you just quick glimpse about it, like how this compliances engine works is that we have an automatic disclaimer insertion. So whenever the customer asks something which is completely out of the context, completely out of the, like say suppose on the call he says that I would love to meet you over drinks or over a coffee. Now what to do that? At that point, no matter how many prompting, either you can keep on increasing the prompt size, add an entire book of a thing. Then the graph rag will start giving you a lower responses. Remember the latency and the quality trade of time was there. So at that point, what need to be done? So it's in that scenario, automatic disclaimer insertion automatically happens. That reduces the time as well and doesn't let the AI agent go towards the other part. Like rather than start discussing what to discuss over a coffee, it stays on the correct line what it was supposed to do. Timing checks, like you cannot call someone, say suppose call or send even a text to someone before 8 a.m. and after 8 p.m. It's a completely illegal. So we created that kind of a timing check, scheduling, auto scheduler, auto follow-up kind of a engine for which another AI agent works completely. You need to, I already talked about it, there was when I was talking about humans in the loop, but you need to have a real-time monitoring for restricted language. Like you cannot, no matter your customer says any wrong words, you cannot reply with the similar tonality. So you need to make it restricted towards that. You cannot be biased in your talking approach. There are multiple others as well, like I can literally put hundreds of them here, but I just wanted to give a small idea about what it is. Last, most important thing which people forget about even when they talk about responsible AI or something like that, they forget about the explainability, like explainable AI. So when your AI agent took an action, whether it's called someone or talked to someone, when talking also or when sending an SMS, why it did that action, that need to be audited in real time and need to be stored. So that if someone says that, hey, your AI agent did wrong, you have all the audit trails ready for your customer. And these things are impossible to be done by a human. And this is actually what makes a product stand out from any other product that is offering. Like people can say that, hey, yeah, I will connect to GPT and start making phone call tomorrow. It's a weekend job. But yes, it's a weekend job, but it doesn't serve the correct purpose in a compliant way, in a regulated way. Sorry, I will talk a lot about regulations and all because I work into that industry. Again, similar, the audit logs need to be easily retrieved, explainable, understandable. Also, say suppose someone sued you, it should be in a format that it can be submitted to a court for any verdicts and everything as well. Even after doing this much, there are still the problems which we still fails to understand and are trying to solve. It's like biases, which I already talked about, where the AI agent can certain times go wrong about discussing about it, what preventive measures need to be taken. So for this, I will tell you is that most important point is the base data that it was trained on, and then what data you are training the fine tuning on. It becomes very much important to have not those biases. And you need to keep on constantly monitoring that where is it failing. Like maybe have an internal testing of a red teaming kind of a structure where you keep on trying to make your AI agent fail, whether via human in the loop or via automatic AI testing kind of a framework. But you need to know that where it is failing so that you can update data and retrain the model with more and more data exactly so that it does the job where it is required. Now, as I understand, there was a lot of developers that my understanding is that currently the job, the earlier job was to build a product, right? A demand was given and that's what need to be done. Like I have I think 18% team that works with me at Verdex. And what I have always told him that currently you can't think in terms of just codes. You can't develop a product by saying that, hey, this is the code that I will develop. No, you can't. Because the thing here is that with these things coming into picture, you need to understand the business logic. You need to understand, in my case, legal teams are important. In some other case, something else must be important. But you need to understand the exact business use case, check the model's performance, and of course, understanding the ML frameworks and deployment is very much important suit as of now. Uh, Similar skills, core ML skills is required. Deployment, again, I will say, emphasize a lot, is a very exciting area where a lot of new when startups are coming into picture. We, in fact, use one of the other startup for deployment suite as well. And understanding the security and the privacy concerns about it. Now, this I have already talked about the compliances log. I will just quickly move to. Now, this is the general flow architecture which we are talking about. Now, how do we started differentiating it very recently? Well, like earlier, we also used to do the similar structure, that we are now introducing a speech-to-speech model, where the requirement of speech-to-text, LLM, and a text-to-speech engine gets removed. The latency trade-off goes away. But now, another challenge with speech-to-speech model, if you see like Moshi and others has deployed, you will see that they are not actionable. They are good to talk, but how to make them actionable? It's like how to make them say that, hey, okay, just small example, like AI agent talking about a phone call, it need to disconnect, right? At some point it need to disconnect. How will a speech-to-speech model disconnect? With text models like Llama and all, it's very easy to fine tune and train, and or function calling you can do it. So creating that entire wrapper layer, we are doing it. So you need to be always innovative while building your product or developing your product, that what new technology is coming to picture, because you might be developing something which will become absolute after 6 months. The world is moving at that fast pace as of now. Always, when you create a product, remember there should be some performance metrics. So that's why the entire team decision comes into the picture, that you need to think in terms of what performance metrics your product need to offer to a customer. And as a developer, when you are developing, that metrics are clearly defined in your product and you are delivering it to your customer. So that successful metrics identification and achieving it is very much important. The common challenges which I have seen is about the data quality, the regularity shifts. You might certain time overfit while training, and most important is actually a business logic is getting a user's trust via your product. That becomes very much challenging. I believe I have talked enough about how the digital humans works and everything. I think the world is about to change a lot. Like by 2030, there will be a lot of AI agent coming into the picture. I'm really looking forward to it. But that also gives us an opportunity, because we, as the speaker earlier to me was saying, this was a Jamvar moment for India. But to be very frank, it's for the entire world. Everyone is changing rapidly, and you need to be cautious about what you are building in the future. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, we'll love to.
We are open for questions now, if anyone. All right. Thank you very much, Kumar Saurav. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached to our final session for the day. And I'm sure this is really not going to disappoint you. So the session is very interesting. The topic of the session is redefining GenAI, precision meets creativity. AI is transforming industries by blending precision with creativity. The synergy of predictive and generative AI drives efficiency, accuracy, and scalability across sectors like insurance, healthcare, and finance. A data science leader with 15+ years of experience, currently heading the data science practice at Tata AIG General Insurance, with expertise across multiple industries. He has held key roles at Capgemini, IBM, Accenture, and more. An IIM Mumbai alumnus with an MBA in IT management, he specializes in solving complex business challenges using AI, ML, and analytics. Please put your hands together for Kulbhushan Patil.
Hi guys, I know very few people have left, so I will try to make it quick as possible. Hi, I'm Kulbhushan. I think she introduced myself. Currently work as head of data science at Tata AIG. Around काफी सारे company change किया. I've changed a lot of companies and now currently at Tata AIG. So I'm here because a lot of talk is going around genAI. I'm not going to talk a lot of technical things because very few people have left. Almost everyone has left and less people are there. So just want to make it quick. So I just want to, can people raise your hands? I think I will do it differently. All of you raise your hands? How many people of you have their own health insurance, not corporate? You can keep your hands down. Whoever has, just keep your hands up. जिसके भी है हाथ ऊपर रखो, जिसका नहीं है हाथ नीचे रखो. So you guys don't have your own health insurance. You have. So you should have. ठीक है, I'll ask you. How many people have their own health insurance? Quite a few. How many people have their life insurance? Right. I think all Gen Zs have left, so we'd have a better, मतलब थोड़ा अच्छा distribution होता था. But the idea is everyone should have their own health insurance. I'm not promoting my own organization, but just telling you for your own safety and risk, you should have everyone should have their own health insurance. So without further ado, I'll start. We've been talking about Gen AI for so long. I don't think a lot of people spoke about traditional AI. I think it's become traditional now, not traditional, but nowadays people talk the classical AI, traditional AI. The data science, the earlier ML has become traditional AI. It's gone in the wind. Nobody's talking about it because there is no money right now at this point of time. Generative AI is picking up, but there are different things which traditional AI can do and Gen AI cannot do at this point of time. Future is different. The things can change over the period of time. We have seen my whole PPT changed over the course of 2 weeks. And DeepSeek came and everything went for a toss. And I had to change my PPT again. So now there are a lot of buzzwords like chain of thought. People have been talking about chain of thought. आजकल वो बड़ा buzzword है. R1 and chain of thoughts and DeepSeek are the 3 buzzwords you will see everywhere in social media. But we need to understand that at this point of time, a lot of businesses have already spent a lot of money in doing the traditional AI or the deep learning. How are you going to convince your business leaders to make sure that you Gen AI journey pe chala jao, which is very expensive and non-revenue generating at this point of time? It spends a lot of money. Obviously, you are going to spend a lot of money. A lot of things will remain in POC. How do you expect your superiors or the business stakeholders put in a lot of money? How do you approach them and make sure that it helps them? So first, you know what traditional AI does. It can analyze the data. It is designed, or the algorithm is only for solving specific tasks like churn, for example, or retention, for example, finding frauds, for example. GenAI can do all the creative things. It's understand who are going to churn and be creative around it, try to frame a lot of great messages and push back to the customer. At our organization, we haven't pushed everything to the customer yet. So we are trying to test it internally. So the customers are our the business stakeholders who are the people who are going to consume the data and consume the model outcome. So that we get to test how the hallucinations are behaving before going into the end audience. So that's what I said. Traditional AI is like engine, which will start your car, but generative AI is like more lot of design and customizations you're going to put on the top of the car. So that will help your car look better. Second is, what happens if we try to combine them both? Right now, we have always been seeing on a different lenses, ki traditional AI, Gen AI. What happens once we try to combine them both? So right now, a lot of things, I think Taranit aake gaya, Saurav aake gaye, and the Mathco morning, they all talk about AI agents, making the workflows efficient, automating a lot of tasks. So automating tasks, we used to do earlier also writing rule-based engine. But over the due course of time, the rules-based engine changed to ML. Now what is happening is people suddenly want everything to be Gen AI made, but that's not going to happen so soon, and it's going to be very difficult and costly affair, because you already have traditional AI models built. Why you want to replace those and build something new which is not yet proven yet, or there are a lot of advancements which is happening. I'm not saying we should not do it. We should continue to reinvent, because we need to adapt it much better, because the people who survive in the industry are able to adapt it. That's what was the first part of my stand, which Stephen Hawking said. So we just need to be more intelligent at adapting what is happening. But we should not forget what is already present in the organization. That's why I said, what happens if we try to combine them both? Because when you look at the business, typically business look at this eight value AI framework. These are the only activities when you try to push your AI strategy around in place. When you want to put an AI strategy to convince leaders or business stakeholders, these are typically the 8-octave framework which we'll talk about. The AI will help you solve these problems, basically. But what happens when you combine both? The problem with genAI is still a black box, but traditional AI can tell you what is happening and why. It becomes more explainable at this point of time. So combining will help you to get the best of both worlds. So you can use genAI for creativity, while you can use the traditional AI for more explainability. In the areas where we need explainability in the picture, for example, banking, health, insurance, they are more important because, for example, take an example, if you want to generate a credit risk or risk score, the underwriters need to know, oh, why this person is risky. He can look at all the data and understand the riskiness, but if an AI model tells him this is a risky patient without explainability, he's able to understand better and to better frame the risk. Or how do you add loadings to the customer? Which are the additional products can be offered to reduce or minimize the risk for the consumer and for the company as well. So what synergy, why will you combine, and what can happen both? So for example, you can have better, smarter workflows. You can orchestrate your you can say the rule-based engine or the rule-based ML better. It will help you in boosted productivity because a lot of strategic decisions which have been taken by a custom or a person within your organization can be given through the GenAI or Agentic AI. That will help you drive your lot of decision-making processes. So your workloads are automated, your rules are automated, your ML is automated, and the last part is the decision-making, or you can say the strategy is also automated. So you will need people, but lesser people. I will just talk about 4 use cases which currently we are working or we are planning to work in future. One is about being more contextual in terms of, so for example, we are into insurance business. So probably what we try to do is make sure customer renews our product, make sure we get new customers, make sure the customer does not churn, and identify the risky customers. Because risk is associated with the loss ratio. The more riskier the customer, the more loss we take. So we need to identify how do we communicate with the customers. For example, as of today, when the renewal comes into picture, a lot of agents will keep calling you. They will pester you about your renewal is due, your renewal is due. Imagine if I build a system where I know what is the renewal rate. If I know the renewal propensity of certain person is about 90% or 80%. So I know definitely he's going to buy the product. Second, he is a low risky customer because I know in future he's not going to claim anything for me. So why should I pester him by sending him n number of different calls? Rather, I can just use LLM, find a creative message and send it to him instead of either having anyone in the loop and the human in the loop. So that's what we are trying to merge both the worlds and make the GenAI more creative in this session. Again, with the fraud detection, what happens? Every claim comes through our claim system is gets tagged as fraud or not fraud. So there are different levels of fraud we determine. Now what happens is the investigator, not for the customer, the investigator who looks at the fraud gets to understand whether that claim is fraud or not, because we get a lot of lakhs of frauds, lakhs of claims in a month. So what happens is he cannot investigate every claim. So we need to have a straight-through processing for some of the claims, which helps in customer experience, basically. So what happens is there are some claims which are able to mark as sensitive, are very risky. So we just also need to understand why it was marked risky. Though explainability, the ML model gives us the explainability, but then again, that explainability in the ML model is very technical, is not understandable to an investigator who is not so ML savvy. So to make him explain and to give him a context, for example, what happens if I tell him these were the similar cases which were occurring in the past, so I think the claim which you are received is also a risky claim because these are the similar claims which are risky. So that gives him a better context which LLM will be able to provide him, rather than just giving him a textual context or me creating a message. So I will have to create a lot of different messages depending upon the explainability. But what a GenAI or an LLM would do is write a contextual message to him and give him relevant examples also to understand why I think this claim is a fraud claim and he should investigate further more. Again, for underwriting, so we are trying to build a model for underwriting. Explainability is provided. It's very technical. Yeah. Yes. rule-based engine can do, but it will not become more contextual. I'll have to set a lot of rules in the background, depending upon his score, his risk score. In future, what happens is your product is changing. How much discounts you are going to give? You can build it in the system. That's true, but over the period of time, you want those systems, the rule-based system, to get automated in a workflow fashion, where you don't want to invest a lot of time in changing the workflows. Changing those workflows is going to be very time-consuming because you will have to go to the system. Someone has to write a code and change the code. If it's an LLM-based, it becomes easier for me. I just have to give the context to the LLM, maybe in terms of RAG or in terms of the context, or maybe in terms of, if it's, now it depends, is it real time or if it's a batch processor. So if it's a batch process, I can give as a vector RAG because the scores are already pre-computed. Because your insurance renewal comes once in a year.
Yeah, and I mean, it's actually the question you put is very interesting. Like, why do you want to hate existing traditional AI? In fact, I'm trying to bring that point.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
Why do you want to hate a traditional AI?
The traditional AI will do very specific task. For a churn, I will have to build one model. For retention, I will have to different model. Churn and retention are different. People think churn and retention are same. They're not same. They're different. If you look at the context, churn happens before renewal also. Because when you claim, your experience you get an experience of the organization. Or when you reach out to an organization, when the problem occurs, you reach out to the organization, and that problem, how it is handled by the organization or the party, determines whether you will stay in that contract or will not stay in that contract, right? So your churn happens very prior to what the renewal. Renewal is depending upon his recent history, what he has done. I would be able to understand, because so that's what I said. These are two different models I will have to build. Again, there is a fraud model which I have to build. So traditional models will be very task specific. They are very task specific. Maybe earlier the rule-based engine is getting replaced by ML models now. Now a lot of people say the ML model will get replaced by genAI. Probably in future, maybe true. Not as of today. So if you have to get a lot of investments from your stakeholders, if you tell them I will build everything genAI specific, nobody is going to agree to it. So you need to identify in your value chain or in the business process which are areas where you think a small portion of a genAI can help you gain some confidence with the business stakeholders to put him money. So once you get a confidence in one use case, obviously you have a platform ready. You just need to reframe it for a different problem. But your fraud model and a renewal model or a churn model is obviously going to stay different.
So the example that you're giving, for example,
just to interrupt you here, can we keep the question and answers at the end of the session for the best interest of everybody else, right?
Second is underwriting, which is very important for a lot of organizations to do. At this point, a lot of underwriters take decision depending upon case-to-case basis. So what we have done, we have done a lot of different. So we built n number of ML models. Now what happens? You get a lot of different scores. How do we interpret those scores? Because one is your health risk score, one is your renewal score, one is your claim propensity score, one is your future claim propensity score, one is your risk score, one is your what kind of you can say people in my existing pool of risk, how they have fared. So we build different scores and it's thrown to an underwriter, which his life becomes very hellish and very difficult for him to take a decision. So what happens is, looking at your all these scores and all this explainability, he have to understand what kind of loading in the sense how much more premium I need to charge from a particular customer. That's how all the insurance companies do. Now imagine you want to issue an insurance policy and underwriter is spending a lot of time doing evaluation of these scores, identifying your risk and coming up with a appropriate pricing policy. So there is a fixed pricing policy based on age, but then what happens is, depending upon your riskiness, the loadings get added or deleted. So you will either get a discount or a loading will get added onto your policy. So now to decide those policies, you have n number of different scores. What happens is, genAI can help you understand what I am trying to mean. All scores are trying to mean out of the scores. So the context given to the genAI will help in understanding, okay, what I need to understand, oh, this is a text written in a very easier format for him to understand what he need to decide, and there are recommendations given to him in a format. Just because of this, I'm able to recommend you this all policies. Possible discounting available through the organization can be given to the policies set by the organization. So for example, my organization, I can give only 20-15% maximum discount for such kind of people. That can be added, and the the text becomes very easier for him to understand, to take a decision. So you as an insurance customer, you are able to get a fast issuance of insurance rather than waiting for a long period of time. So a lot of areas we do in straight-through processing, wherein if you are a very young person with obviously with good good BMI, health, weight, and good health, obviously it's a straight-through processing. But what happens to people who are more riskier or people who are more age? It takes time for your policy to get issued. And that's how we want to improve the policy and give better context. So that's how I said you will have scores from ML model, and this rest part, the creativity part of understanding the explainability of the models given by a machine learning expert. So for example, a lot of times and I've seen in my organization, when my data scientist people talk to the business, they absolutely understand nothing. They say what is garbage in, oh, I don't understand what is Hebrew, what he's talking about. So this model outcome gives them more easiness that they can understand the context easily in a human readable format. We can do it earlier also, but right now a lot of things have changed. So what helps is, this helps me, for example, if I know all those ML models are already in production, adding the GenAI piece becomes easier for me because I just have to get a lesser buy-in for them, saying that it's going to make your life easier. Or the business stakeholders, it's going to make the underwriter's life easier. I don't need to have 10 different underwriters. I just need to show underwriter the outcome, and he can just take a decision on the fly. So his decision time reduces. That's how we are trying to merge both of the worlds. So typical integration methods, I think everyone talk about API. So most of the systems in most of the organization now are modular, driven by API. API connects to different applications, and they, I think, on the fly at real time. Now, if it's a real time, it's an API integration is the best at this point of time. But if it's a batch processing, you don't need to go for API integration because that will result in a lot of time delays because you have to hit an API and then to get a response. The model scores and then gives back to you. But for example, for fraud model is a real time. So whenever the claims come through, you get a sensitivity bucket of the risk. And every time there's a change in the claim. For example, we have seen a lot of times, once you raise a claim for a motor insurance, you give some documents. Investigator will ask for more evidence. He goes back and then again re-enters. The model gets triggered again. So the context keeps changing depending upon the input the user has given. And this is not shown to the end customer because it might confuse him. So the investigator is able to see a lot of the output which is generated by LLM or maybe the machine learning model. And that is real time. Second part is, if you know if it's a batch process, for example, I know these are the X number of people are going to renew in future, maybe next 2 to 3 months. Obviously, you get a renewal reminder by 40, 45 to 60 days. Similarly, we know we have pre-computed the model. What happens is I can just put it into my RAG framework or vector database and then use it for the contextual messaging. The most difficult nowadays, people are thinking about model as a library, which is like they put your model along with LLM, which is very time consuming, and I'm not sure, it creates a lot of inconsistencies in the result. Haven't tried, but this is also a way where you put your library or the model into the LLM so that LLM triggers it through its own processes. Right now, you know how it writes the code as well. You can compile the code and re-execute the code on the ChatGPT itself. So what I also believe over the period of time, the coding is going to get erased by the GPTs of the world because you don't have to spend much time coding. Even it takes very less time to code a lot of models. But end of the day, the context has to be given by the business because we are solving complex business problems, not simple business problems. LM will generate the code, but end of the day, to improve or fine-tune that code, you can tell him to write hyperparameters, but end of the day, you understand what the context is. Sometimes you don't need the best of the model. You just need a crude model which solves the purpose, because we have seen in production, best of the models of best accuracy do not work in real life. So we just need to understand the time and complexity and then to develop the model. But this involves a lot of different challenges also. So one challenge is the integration challenge. So you have genAI, which is already difficult to put it into production. Now you are trying to add a machine learning layer to it. Or maybe you have made so much time consumed, spent so much time making the ML model into production. Now you want to add a genAI. So integration and maintenance becomes more complex because then you will have to have an ML ops framework, which is always an afterthought in an organization. Maybe you would had a lot of sessions on ML ops, which is always an afterthought. When I was a developer or a data scientist, nobody told me about ML ops. But had I known in earlier, it would be easier for me now. But it was always an afterthought, because it was an investment made by, it was like, we want like moonshots project. There used to be moonshot projects earlier. We used to get investment, and we don't know whether they will succeed or not succeed. If you don't know, the probability of success is only 20 to 30%. Why would someone invest in MLOps? But now we know the success rate has increased over the period of time. The genAI success will also increase over the period of time. So now we are talking about genAI, responsible AI, model governance. These are coming into picture. Earlier they were maybe SAS used to talk about, because for clinical trials maybe, but now everyone is talking about. Then if you have two models working in tandem, I think earlier people also told that there are 4 LLMs working in tandem. Obviously, it's going to have a conflict. You can add weightages, but over the period of time, it will start adding conflicts. So you need to manage that conflicts. So those all complexities depicted, and again, all the models which you build over the period of time, or whatever models you build, data is at the core center front. People tend to forget that, okay, GenAI has come. Again, you talk about OpenAI, or you talk about DeepSeek, but end of the day, you always talk about what data, kaun se data pe trained hai. You talk about which data it is trained into. So same applies to your internal data also. If your data is not rich, obviously your models are not going to be richer. So the rich data will give you a good model, a richer data will give you a better model, but a bad data will give you nothing, garbage. So you won't be able to do on an AI ML journey or an GenAI. There could be some use cases which you can do without your organization data also, like call center automation does not much need your organizational data, it just need the data from call center. So some use cases can be done, but end of the day, call center automation, I'm talking to a lot of vendors and a lot of companies where they have wanted to replace their call center with an agents. And they said, पहले भी 16 रुपए खर्चा आ रहा था, आज भी 16 रुपए खर्चा आ रहा है. कुछ difference हुआ नहीं. Because the platform is taking a lot of cost. Or maybe developers, I'm hiring a lot of AI experts which are more expensive now. Earlier, which used to be done by simple people with lesser salary. So earlier भी मैं 16 रुपए खर्चा कर रहा था, आज भी मैं 16 रुपए खर्चा कर रहा हूँ, तो कोई difference आया नहीं. So that's what people are talking about. Because when we sell, obviously we sell, okay, it will get reduced by 1/4, but आज भी खर्चा उतना ही आ रहा है. So have I gained something? I don't know. Or because I have complicated my process now. Earlier it was easier. I could just reduce 10 people to 4 people and my cost gets reduced. 4 people will handle, they will overwork maybe. But customer experience would have hindered. Now we just need to talk about business metrics which we define. It's customer experience है तुम्हारा, ये ROI है. ROI तो definitely नहीं है. So maybe let's hope customer experience to improve हुआ हो. So we just need to balance it out कि क्या improve हुआ है. But end of the day, when the CEO and CTO ask for, a CMO ask, it's end of the day, it's all about how much revenue, how many sales you have done over the period of time. If your sales are reduced, I don't think GenAI had made sense in our organization altogether. I think I will conclude earlier, maybe. And I just wanted to say that it's not about building fancy models. I mean, a lot of people will talk about building fancier models, which may not help the cause for the business to sell more policies, sell more SIM cards, or sell more products, FMCG products, or maybe they might look better in terms of listing on Amazon maybe, because you have generated a better content, faster, cheaper, better, but your products are not getting sold. End of the day, depends on the product. So all those initiatives might go for a toss if you have no ROI or revenue generated from after all these difficult activities. You are not able to substantiate with your revenue increment or anything sales. So I know AI, GenAI or AI model looks fancier, but you just need to make sure, keep your head straight, saying ki this can be done by rule engine. Obviously, I will not use a GenAI here. Can be done by rule engine as of today. Let's do it by rule engine. If it can be done by ML, let's do it by ML. If you think you are thinking very futuristic and you want to create a proof of concept and then deploy into production, yes, think about GenAI, but it will involve a lot of cost and effort. So end of the day, whatever you build, maybe workflows, tasks, it should result into creating automated workflows, automated tasks, and automated decision making. And it has to be used and run every day. It's not just POC में बना दिया, 4 महीने use कर ले, बाद में बंद कर लिया. नहीं, it has to be embedded into your organization system, culture, value, so that it gets used day in and day out. So And that's what, it should power your business every single day. And that's thought I would like to end this. Okay, any questions? Let me know, I think that's it. I hope किसी को बोर नहीं किया मैंने.
We are open for questions, folks.
You can ask questions.
Yes, you can continue to ask your questions. Sorry about that.
I've completed
Getting
earlier.
Is there any specific genAI that you guys moved to production? If so, can you give a little glimpse of what is that implementation?
I can talk about it, but I'm not supposed to talk about it in Tata AIG context.
Okay.
I can talk about it separately, not in the podium.
Fine.
But yes, we have hosted locally, open and private both. So we have an experience of hosting both with our own money. We haven't used any API-based calls. We have hosted it on locally. We are also working with partners. I think we are working with 2 partners saying, we have developed it, can you make it much more cheaper? So, and that's how currently the stage is. We have few use cases which are only genAI specific.
Yeah, I have one question. Like in one of the slides you mentioned, like you're not recommending the model as library.
I am not recommending the model as library at this point of time. It's difficult because then you have to put your model within the LLM, maybe fine tune your LLM as per your library, put your you imagine deploying it on your local or a code as a separate code along with LLM. I don't think it's easier to do at this point of time. Maybe in future, people are doing it because then what happens is I don't have to do API calls or build a vector framework, because again, lot of calls you must have seen, it says कि vector framework से data retrieve करने को भी time लगता है, real time API से भी करने को call लगता है. Now it depends. My internal business stakeholder is okay for 5 seconds or 10 seconds wait, because we have ensured कि 10 seconds तो लगेगा, क्योंकि office का internet is only slow. So you cannot help, you have seen, you open intranet of your offices, your time sheets, pages sometimes takes more time to load. So you are more okay to wait if you are an employee. But if you are a customer, you will get discouraged saying कि my Zomato page or Swiggy page is not opening. Oh, I need more faster response. But we internal है ना, तो थोड़ा चल जाता है. So we have maintained कि 5 to 10 seconds तो लगेगा. So they wait. So उधर it's fine. API call. API is expensive. When API becomes expensive, then I would think about putting it, because then it's easier for me because I'm already hosting a framework, I'm spending money. But API is still cheaper at this point of time, and it also depends upon how many API calls per day you get. If my company become very, मतलब बहुत customers आ जाएंगे तो फिर I will think about it.
Makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I guess you mentioned, right, it's a costly affair because we are not sure of the output. In the renewal process, primarily if you talk about motor insurance or something else, right? At the time of renewal, if you are not calling, then there are 10 other people, right, who will be calling the same person. How do you know that your genAI will help you to kind of achieve that revenue?
That's a good question. Now I'll tell you what happens is, there are the only 60% of the cases, or 60 to 65% of cases churn for one insurance company because of price. Tomorrow, if maybe one of my friends from Vodafone is working, old Vodafone employee, my old friend of mine, we know if I give a 20 rupees discount, obviously no more people are going to recharge on my only per month. Same applies there also. So if some company is going to give it a cheaper, the genAI goes for a toss, obviously I tell you. But end of the day, it depends on the experience. So if some people are okay to pay more because of the experience, so we are still, the top 4 or 5 service providers or insurance providers, because about the experience or the claim experience we give to the customer. So it's like, if it's a big company, obviously
Tata as a brand, right?
If it's a big brand, and it's a most, apparently it's more ethical in terms of, and lot of insurance companies or issues which you get on LinkedIn are very isolated cases. Example, 2 out of 100 cases hote hain. But the 2 cases get highlighted because good people who have good experience never talk about their good experience, because unko paisa mil gaya, they are happy and they went. Saif Ali Khan is not going to bitch about what has happened to it. Obviously, he got money, he's well left. So, wahi hota hai ki if you have an insurance, you will get claim depending upon whatever add-ons or policy you have subscribed for, or you just need to read the policy document. Earlier, a lot of mis-selling has to happen, but that has stopped over the period of time. And now with genAI, obviously it's going to stop, because you saw a lot of use cases here or in the other auditorium wherein You can obviously ask question to LLM and LLM give you answers about the policies. And it's very transparent. And with agents, human agents, obviously their core is upselling or cross-selling. So they will sell you more. But right now we are also working on a lot of use cases wherein we want to all of the recordings which get recorded, obviously. And then we go back and do surveillance in terms of what was supposed to happen and what he did. So you can build a genAI models depending upon what was the expected outcome from that conversation and what was pitched by the agent. And then you can generate agent scores basis that. So you can help train an agent better, or you can identify better agents. So their incentive can be based on that. So all those use cases we are currently, I mean, some of them are in progress, some of, so maybe.
Thank you.
Okay, I was able to answer all your questions and ज़्यादा बोर नहीं किया हम लोगों को मैंने. ठीक है, चलो, thanks a lot. Bye guys, have a nice day, and thanks for attending this session.
I agree with you. He is also one of the winners of the 40 under 40 awards in data science. So yes. All right, that's a wrap on day 2 of MLDS 2025. What a day filled with insights, breakthroughs, and AI-driven transformation. A huge thanks to all our speakers, participants, and the amazing audience. Tomorrow, we have another power-packed day waiting for you, so make sure you come energized and ready to explore the future of AI. See you all tomorrow. Until then, this is Purvi signing off.